Hi, good morning. Again, my name is Catherine Perez. I'm a third year doctoral student at the USC School of Gerontology. And along with my co author, Jennifer Alshire, we're here to talk about the predictors of mortality among those aged 60 plus in the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. To begin, Puerto Rico is a Caribbean island located southeast of Florida. It's this tiny little red dot you see up there. It just superimposed on the front. So Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory operating as a Commonwealth since 1952, with its residents having U.S. citizenship since 1917. Because of their U.S. citizenship, Puerto Ricans can move freely from the island to the U.S. and back, which distinguishes itself from other Latin American countries who do not have this free-flowing migration to the U.S. This status also means that Puerto Rico is affected by U.S. federal laws and policies as it affects the other 50 states. As of 2010, they have a population size of 3.7 million, which is about 4 times larger than the population size of San Francisco, to give some context. And they have a life expectancy of about 76 years, which is 2 years lower than that of the U.S. To me, Puerto Rico has a very interesting demographic history, which, thanks to the published work of Alberto Poloni and Mary McInerney, we have a way to contextualize the Puerto Rican aging experience among the older adults, which we study today, and that gives us insight to some of the patterns that we may expect in their mortality. So, in Puerto Rico, the mortality transition was stalled by a decade despite initial U.S. health interventions, and this is because there were no infrastructural improvements. So life expectancy did not really begin to rise until after 1950 with what I would like to call the Puerto Rico Industrial Revolution, when it changed from a sugar-based economy to an industry-driven economy, which led to its impressive economic growth and the significant raising of domestic living standards. Thus, older adults who achieved their 60th birthdays between 1980 and 2025 have benefited from these large improvements across the island and large improvements in survival. Another interesting characteristic to consider is that Puerto Rico has had lots of outmigration from the island to the mainland U.S., mainly from lower socioeconomic males who are looking for work. Thus, males who stayed on the island may not represent the original cohort of individuals that include these immigrants. And recent evidence suggests that Puerto Ricans who have migrated to the mainland have worse health than those who stayed on the island. Despite Puerto Rico's impressive economic growth and the significant raising of domestic living standards, the GNI per capita shows a different story. For those unfamiliar, the GNI per capita is the dollar value of a country's final income in a year divided by its total population. So this reflects the average income of a country's citizens. And various sources point that high-income economies are those with the GNI per capita of $12,000 or more. Puerto Rico passed this cutoff as a high-income country in 2003, whereas the U.S. passed this cutoff in 1980. So despite Puerto Rico's similar high-income classification as the United States, this is more of a recent trend that one must consider in looking at today's elderly Puerto Rican population, having been part of a society that has been primarily considered low income for most of the lives of the elderly Puerto Ricans today. In addition, Puerto Rico is considered to be a small island developing state despite its high-income country status. This means that the island faces sustainability challenge characterized by limited social and economic resources, faces environmental vulnerabilities, has excessive dependence on international trade, and growth and development are stagnant due to the island's small size. And these characteristics are what you will find commonly in low-income countries in Latin America and in the Caribbean. So, kind of putting all of this together, we can try to contextualize the Puerto Rican aging experience, since mortality at older ages is the end result of the aging process, and this process is greatly affected by the circumstances in which people age. Particularly, I am interested in how these processes affect mortality by gender. So I have this visualization showing how a country's context affects the experiences by gender that are then moderated, mediated by these various characteristics that influence mortality at older ages. So for the purposes of today's presentation, I want to answer the questions of whether the predictors that we commonly understand in mortality in high-income countries, such as the US, are also seen in Puerto Rico. In addition, I also want to see how these mortality patterns vary by gender. So to answer these questions, I'm using data from the Puerto Rican Elderly Health Conditions Project, also known as PRECO. It is a two-way panel study of the island population for older adults age 60 and older. The initial interview took place in 2002, with follow-up done 4 years later in 2006. Notably, this data set has an oversampling of African descendants and individuals aged 80 and older in all interviews and conducted in Spanish. And another important side note to add is that PRECO is the only island-based data survey that exists for the study of this island, hence why we're kind of looking at this picture of a decade ago. So the sample for this study, it first initially began with 4,291 interviews from the 2002 initial interview. Over the 4-year period, we lost 400 at follow-up, so I don't know what happened to these 400 people. We don't know if they lived, they died, they just disappeared. So at the end of the 4-year period, we have 3,243 Puerto Ricans that survived and 648 that died at the end of this 4-year window. So I used Cox proportional hazard models. This was the best fitting model that I chose based on AIC and BIC statistics. The exposure time is time alive till death. And I'm going to look at a series of predictors that include sociodemographic characteristics, disability, chronic conditions, health behaviors, and poor self-rated health. And all analyses are weighted to account for PRECO's complex survey design. So to look at some of the basic demographics, you'll see that even though there are these linear gradients in age and education across the categories, but when you look at the differences by gender, they're very similar, actually. There was no statistical significance for any of these categories by gender. As you can see, there's not much variation.
Among the 85 to 89-year-olds, there are more males than females? Is that
yes.
Weighted, or is that something to do with oversampling?
These are weighted, so if the weights account for that oversample, but that male the male increase in that age group was not statistically significant for female by gender. I'm sorry. So it looks like more, but it's not statistically significant.
Well, is migration selective of female or male?
Well, earlier in the course of the history, like when the first big out-migration flows from the island to the mainland, it was selective for males, poor males that went to the mainland to look for work.
So that would go in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
When you look at the health characteristics, the adage that we usually understand in the U.S. is that women live longer than men, but do not necessarily enjoy better health. In Puerto Rico, you see that women have a higher prevalence of disability and hypertension, but they look the same as men across the other diseases and self-rated health. And as you pointed out, Ron, earlier, this could be a selection effect of those Puerto Ricans who survived to age 60 and beyond, for those that stayed on the island. And as you saw with the demographic characteristics, the distributions among men and women are still very similar. I noticed that my next slide got cut off, so I just want to mention that rates of obesity are similar among men and women in the PRECO sample. And in terms of smoking, 11% of males are current smokers, whereas 4% of females are current smokers, and 15% of females were former smokers, whereas men represented 40% of former smokers. So men have higher smoking patterns in this sample. So here I plotted survival curves, and I did them for the total population and by gender. You can see clearly that there's a female survival advantage. Men were more likely to die over the 4-year period. Here I present the results of the Cox proportional hazard models. What you see presented are the hazard ratios for experiencing the event of death. I modeled 6 separate regression models to first examine how gender differences look like in survival, controlling for a series of covariates. So for M1, that's the first model that I ran with just basic age. And you can see that there's a clear female survival advantage when you just control for age. When you add SES indicators of education insurance status, the hazard ratio reduces, but the female survival advantage is still present. We introduce measures of disability, which is basically whether a respondent reported any ADL or any IADL limitation. It seems like it had a more of a suppression effect. It didn't reduce the advantage, but still females still have a survival advantage in this sample. However, once you start adding chronic conditions, we lose some of that initial significance of the female survival advantage. However, this completely disappears once you account for health behaviors for obesity and smoking, and not much of a difference was made once you added poor self-rated health. I also looked at a series of stratified models by gender just to understand what are some of the predictors that that predict mortality for each gender. For females, those who were much older, the 75 plus age groups, were more likely to die in the 4-year period. Those who self-reported hypertension, diabetes, and cancer were more likely to die. And former and current smokers were more likely to die. In males, those pretty much almost everyone in the various age groups were more likely to die in the 4-year period. Those with at least some college education, however, were less likely to die over the 4-year period. Men who self-reported diabetes, heart disease, stroke, and lung disease were more likely to die. Obese men were less likely to die. And the same patterns that we found with women, former and current smokers, were also more likely to die. I also plotted a series of receiver operating characteristic curves, or ROC curves, as people most commonly know them by. So with the first model of just using age in the model, you get an AUC of 0.739, which is a fair result. And as you add subsequent variables into the various models, prediction improves a little bit, and it does improve significantly when I did the various ROC comparison tests. And you see that the increases in prediction are about the same between males and females, and it stays at about 0.75, 0.78. So to kind of conclude, or to kind of summarize what we found, we did find that there is this female survival advantage. So being female was associated with a lower mortality risk. However, this female mortality advantage erodes when health behaviors are accounted for, particularly smoking. And among both genders, diabetes and smoking are 2 important predictors of mortality for both genders. So when we're kind of trying to contextualize what these findings mean, there are some limitations that we have to point out. There is an issue of censoring. We have to think about the selection of the sample that makes it to age 60. So those who may be truly disadvantaged may not have made it to the initial Preco sample. They could have died off before that period started. In addition, I'm using a 4-year window to assess mortality, which may not accurately capture the experiences of those dying in the elderly population. But then again, this is very common in our studies of mortality among older age groups, so these limitations are fair. And I just want to quickly acknowledge my funding from the NIA and the USC Davis School of Gerontology that made it possible for this research to be done and for me to be here. Thank you. question.
Thank you so much. So open it up to the floor.
Sorry.
I was wondering about the smoking variable. Is that the thing that's really causing conversion?
Yeah, because I also did I entered the variable separately individually, and smoking is what caused the complete reduction and loss of significance.
And so women are smoking more than men, or I thought you had said the reverse.
Yes, men were more likely to smoke in the sample, but however, when you enter these variables into the model, smoking accounts for the gender difference.
So I guess I don't understand why that would be.
Me neither. That's
Men
the
are
future
more likely to
direction that.
smoke, but smoking in the model completely attenuates the effect. And you said the directions of the smoking effect were that smokers are more likely to die, so
Right.
that's what you would expect.
So
I
maybe
can't
smoking
understand
really
that-
matters
yeah,
for
the
women.
results.
Who knows?
I mean, that's sort of one mystery that I would want to dig into. And the other thing, which I think is fascinating, and this would be highly unusual, that controlling for that smoking, there's essentially no difference in mortality by gender. And that's sort of amazing.
Right. I know. Definitely for future directions, I do really want to dig into that more deeply because I found that was one of my most fascinating findings in doing this analysis.
Well, are there separate equations estimated for male and female so that the effects of these covariates can differ across gender?
Yes.
So it's fully interacted. Okay, so that's not what's going on then. No, it's puzzling.
Did they collect social security numbers to be able to link to
No,
deaths? There's
no.
way of
Unfortunately,
following
Perco just stopped after those 2 waves, and it kind of just, the people who were doing the data kind of let it go after that. So there's no linkages, there's no biomarkers, there's.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see the correlates of attrition, so you can understand what kind of differential.
I know that would be
attrition
very
there might
interesting.
be,
Unfortunately,
because
there's
your
no.
attrition was almost as big as the deaths, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's no HRS for Puerto Rico, so.
And have you, do you know whether in other, like the NHIS linked mortality data, is there a substantial number of people born in Puerto Rico in these data?
Not that I've been able to find.
Anyone else looked at that?
NHIS, because you know how the. Yeah.
Wait, but you know.
The NHIS.
Not to island Puerto Rico.
No, I'm talking about the.
Puerto Ricans on the mainland?
Yeah.
You do.
Oh, yeah. We do.
Like, people have pulled out the Mexican subsamples, there's big enough
She has
Mexican
pulled out
subsamples to look
Puerto
at
Rico.
this.
She's pulled
Oh,
out-
no, I thought he was referring to the island.
Yeah, no, those who were born in Puerto Rico but have moved to the US.
Oh, okay, I
So
see what you're saying.
compare those and understand more about this selection would be fascinating to incorporate in here. So are there substantial samples then?
I would, not by individual year, but if I pool them, I can get a large enough sample size.
Yeah, I think that would be really fascinating. Other questions, comments?
Thank you, despite
Good.
me
Well,
being
thank
sick.
you.
Thanks for listening.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today, especially to present this talk to this audience. So today I'm going to be talking about socioeconomic differences in adult mortality in Indonesia. But to give some context, I want to start with the literature on SES and mortality in high-income countries. And this is a really heavily studied topic in high-income countries, and most of the studies find really large SES differences between the rich and the poor. So I'm going to highlight 2 recent studies. The first was by Raj Chetty and colleagues that was published last year in JAMA. And they used Social Security data to study income differences in life expectancy at age 30 in the United States. And they find really large differences between people in the top and bottom quartiles of income. So around a 10-year difference for men, and a smaller but still substantial 6-year difference for women. And this phenomenon isn't limited to the United States. It's present in other developed countries as well. So Marttikainen et al. Study income differences in life expectancy at age 25 in Finland, and they find similarly large differences between individuals in the top and bottom quartiles of income. so around an 11.3-year difference for men and a 6.3-year difference for women. So overall, these differences are really large, and the studies that have tried to tease apart what's causing this overwhelmingly conclude that behavioral factors are responsible or represent a large majority of this difference. That is, there's a greater adoption of behaviors like smoking or obesity among the poor relative to the rich, and that's explaining a lot of why they have higher mortality. So Martikainen et al., they use cause of death data for that same study and ultimately conclude that smoking and alcohol consumption account for about 60% of the difference you're seeing across income groups. And Arijit et al. Use data from the health and retirement study, and they conclude that smoking, alcohol consumption, and physical inactivity account for around 70% of the excess risk of mortality that low SES people face relative to high SES people. So in developed countries in general, the pattern seems to be that there are very large differences in SES in adult mortality, and a large part of this difference is being driven by behavioral risk factors. So turning to low to middle income countries, I think the story is a little bit different here. The size of SES differences across countries seems to be varied. So to highlight that, first look at South Africa. Ardington and Gasalloway study the relationship between SES and the probability of dying between two survey waves. And they're using two measures of SES here, an asset index and household consumption and expenditure. And they find a small association between the asset index and 2-year mortality, but none between consumption and mortality. If you look at Tanzania, Opuni et al. Estimate concentration indices to measure inequality in mortality across income groups for what they call prime age adults, or adults between the ages of 15 and 65. And they actually ultimately conclude that there's no evidence of prime age mortality in income groups in Tanzania. The third study, and this is really relevant to what I'm presenting here, is by Hidejat et al., and I think Saito's a co-author in this paper as well. And it uses an earlier version of the data set that I'll be using in Indonesia, and they study active life expectancy between the educated and uneducated for older adults. And they find moderate differences in the Indonesian context. So around a 3.5-year difference in life expectancy at age 50 between educated and uneducated men, and around a 1.9-year difference for women. So you can see that across context, the size of SES differences seems to vary. And I'm actually very curious as the day goes on to see what other people have found here as well.
Just clarification on Hidejat, so that was active life expectancy.
But-
Did they also have a total?
This is the total figure.
Oh, okay.
This is the total figure, yeah. The differences are a little smaller, not the life expectancy, but so it,
Smaller, not bigger.
smaller, yeah, because I mean as a fraction. And so the other big thing is that they seem to vary based on what measure of SES is being chosen as well. So there's actually also reasons to suspect that the causes of SES differences might be different in low to middle income countries than they are in high income countries. And I'm going to point to two. The first is gradients in health behaviors and risk factors. So in high income countries, the greater adoption of things like obesity and smoking by the poor is thought to explain a lot of why they face excess mortality. But in many developing countries, these gradients are moving in different directions or don't exist at all. So obesity is often higher among upper SES groups than it is lower SES groups. Smoking is very inconsistent across SES, but in general can be very high for all groups. And if you look at multimorbidity, or the clustering of multiple risk factors, studies have found that in the Asia region, there's actually a greater clustering of NCD risk factors like hypertension and diabetes among the rich rather than the poor. So if you take this all together, it seems to suggest that gradients in low to middle income countries may actually be smaller than we would expect them to be in high income countries because there's not as strong a social patterning in these behavioral risk factors. But there's also reasons to suspect the other way, that they might be larger. So many of these countries lack formal insurance or social safety nets. So only people that could access healthcare would be those who can physically afford it. And we might expect that this leads to more pronounced inequality between the rich and the poor. So to date, I think it's kind of the size of SES differences is inconsistent across contexts in low to middle income countries. And the contribution of these risk factors is kind of unknown. And I think that's what the goal of this study is, to provide two contributions there. So the first is to provide new estimates of SES differences in adult mortality in a major middle income country. And I'm looking at Indonesia here. And importantly, to also estimate the contribution of these adult risk factors to differences across SES groups. And these are the risk factors that are thought to explain a lot of the differences in high income countries, things like tobacco use, hypertension, and obesity. So I'm focusing on Indonesia, which is an archipelago made up of about 14,000 islands in Southeast Asia, with the Pacific Ocean on one side and the Indian Ocean on the other side. And I think this is a really strong context to study this question, especially for these aging middle-income countries, for a number of reasons. First, it's a large country. It's the fourth most populous country in the world, with a population of around 240 million individuals. And this makes it the third most populous low to middle income country. And importantly, it also has a pretty rapidly aging population. So if you look at the share of the population greater than the age of 15, it's grown from about 64% in 1990 to 72.3% in 2010 or 2015. And to put that in context, over the same period, the share above 50 in the US grew by about 2 percentage points. So this is a really rapid aging process. And I think this is reflected in the health profile of the country as well. It has a life expectancy around 70 years, 70.6 for 2015 is the most recent estimate. And adult diseases, if you believe the estimated WHO cause of death data, are now the leading causes of death, stroke and ischemic heart disease. So there's a large, rapidly aging population where adult diseases are now dominating as the main causes of death. So I think studying differences in adult mortality is becoming really important for just overall population health in this context. And it has the advantage of being one of the few countries with multiple waves of really rich biomarker survey data. So specifically, I'm using data from the Indonesian Family Life Survey, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. It's a household-based individual survey that collects extensive demographic, health, and economic information on both individuals and households. And it's representative of about 83% of the Indonesian population. And one real big advantage of it is that it has measured blood pressure, height, and weight. So you can conduct reasonably objective measures of health to ask this question about what is the contribution of these risk factors to differences across SES groups. So I'm using data from the 2007 wave with follow-up from the 2014-15 wave, and I have a total sample of around 18,000 individuals. So measuring SES, or income particularly in developing countries, is often not very straightforward since income can be very seasonal or individuals can receive many informal sources of income. So there's really kind of two approaches to doing this in the field right now, and I'm going to be using both of them in this paper. The first is using household consumption and expenditure, and this is the method that's advocated for by the World Bank. So to do this, I take the household reported expenditure, total expenditure in the previous month, and divide it by the number of household members to get a measure of per capita expenditure. And then I classify individuals into quartiles based on this per capita expenditure. So importantly, this is really thought to be a short-term measure of SES because it's capturing the ability of the household to purchase goods and services around the time that they're being surveyed. The other major way of looking at this is by using information on asset ownership and housing conditions to construct a wealth index. And this is what's famously done by the demographic and health surveys. So to do this, I conduct principal components analysis on the many indicators of asset ownership and housing conditions. So see, these are things like, does your household own a bicycle? Do they own a car? Or what is your floor made out of? What is your roof made out of? To generate a wealth index. And then similarly, I classify individuals into quartiles based on this wealth index. So one big contrast between the asset approach and the consumption approach is that this is really thought to be a longer-term measure of SES, since things like assets and housing conditions accumulate over time. So by using both here, I think I can gain a little bit more insight into which dimensions of SES really matter for mortality in Indonesia. So to measure mortality, I'm taking advantage of the really exceptional tracking in the Indonesian Family Life Survey. So for all target individuals, and there's a distinction to be made there, that the non-target individuals, there is mortality, but they weren't as thoroughly followed up. So the actual estimates of mortality from the non-target individuals don't track as closely with what's been published in the WHO. But if you look at the target individuals, all of them were tracked in 2014 and 2015. And if an individual died, a close family member reported the age of death and the date of death. So based on this information, I just constructed person-year observations for each individual. And this is the example. So for a 35-year-old individual who did not die, it contributes 6 person-year observations for the ages 35 to 40, and 41 would be censored because they didn't complete that year. And for a 35-year-old individual who died at 38, they would have 35, 36, 37, and 38, and be marked as having died at age 38. So to use this information to estimate mortality, I fit a logistic regression model with a Gompertz age hazard to the person-year observations. So this is equivalent in the survival analysis framework to a discrete failure time model that's indexed over age rather than time. And there's a couple facets of this. It's Gompertz in quotation marks because it's linear in the logits rather than linear in the logs. And the other big thing is to estimate differences in mortality across SES groups. I'm just introducing dummy variables for each SES quartile, so it's making a proportional hazards assumption. And in alternative models, I actually interacted the dummies with the age hazard to allow the age hazard to vary by SES groups, and I found that the ultimate life expectancies were almost the same, very close. So I think this model is justified, and it buys me a little bit more statistical precision. So based on these estimates, I construct life tables separately for each SES group by sex, and look at 2 measures of adult mortality: life expectancy at age 30 and the probability of dying between ages 30 and 60. So in contrast to E30, which is really a measure of mortality at all adult ages, I think 30Q30 is kind of interesting because it's mortality in the working or productive ages. So they're both based on the period life table, but it gives you a kind of different ways to interpret the size of the SES differences across groups.
Remind us of the age range of your sample.
So I'm estimating it from 30 to 80 and then extrapolating out to 100 to close the life table. And to put standard errors on this, I'm drawing from the joint distribution of the Gompertz parameters and then estimating mortality rates for each of these drawn estimates and calculating life tables for each of these simulated set of rates. So the variance in the outcomes is just the variance across all the simulated life tables. So one big thing, and I think this is a real strength of this data set, is that a subset of the respondents have measured biomarker and anthropometric data. So this allows me to get at the question of what's potentially mediating these SES differences. So I use three things here. I'm classifying individuals as having high blood pressure based on measured systolic and diastolic blood pressure. And there's been some controversy actually in the field about, so it's measured using an Omron device, those kind of inflatable devices. And some people believe that it produces artificially inflated blood pressure measurements by about 10 units. So I checked both using the standard cutoffs of 140 and 90 as well as 130 and 80. And the results are consistent, so I'm not really concerned in this context about that. I also classify individuals as obese based on measured height and weight. And there's also controversy about whether these cutoff is kind of arbitrary and does it apply across all contexts? Is this actually capturing adiposity in the Indonesian context? And people have advocated for using alternative measures like waist circumference and waist to hip ratio. So I also looked at those two and to find similar conclusions. And in Indonesia in particular, if you just correlate all three measures, they're really, really highly correlated. So I think this is capturing adiposity, maybe imperfectly, but I think doing a good job of it. And so finally, I use information on self-reported tobacco use to classify individuals as never smokers or ever smokers. So to actually estimate the contribution of these things to differences across SES groups, I begin by just estimating the mortality model that I use to estimate the life tables. And then I additionally adjust for these three factors, whether an individual is obese, has high blood pressure, and is a tobacco user. And there, the contribution is then represented by the change in the SES coefficients between models 1 and models 2. So if these explained a lot of the SES differences, we'd expect the coefficients to attenuate between the two models. And if they didn't explain anything, the coefficients should stay roughly the same. So a kind of an important thing, I think, before actually moving into the results is to see whether the estimates of mortality from this survey are valid. So to do that, I'm comparing life expectancy at age 30 estimated from the model, from the Indonesian Family Life Survey in my model, to the WHO's estimate of life expectancy at age 30. You can see that I'm about within 1.5 years, and I think that gives me reasonable confidence that these mortality estimates are at least close and are not just completely off base. So the following sets of graphs are all going to have the same structure. It's SES differences in adult mortality, and on the left set you're going to see it across consumption quartiles, and on the right set across wealth quartiles. And for each of them there's a trend line and a p-value corresponding to that trend line. So this is showing SES differences in life expectancy at age 30 for men. And the big conclusion that jumped out to me is there really isn't a pronounced gradient if you're looking across consumption quartiles for men, but an almost very pronounced stepwise gradient across wealth. And if you move up, this results in about a 3.6-year difference in life expectancy at age 30 between men in the top and bottom wealth quartiles.
Can you just tell us what's in your consumption measure?
Yeah, so it's not food expenditure, non-food expenditure, housing, education. It doesn't include transfers, though.
It excludes health.
It has health expenditures, actually. It does have health expenditures. So if you look at this in terms of 30Q30, the patterns aren't different because they're both based on the life table. But another way of interpreting it is this difference results in about a 6 percentage point difference in the probability of dying between 30 and 60, a life table difference between men in the top and bottom quartiles of wealth. So moving to women, the pattern is almost reversed. That for women, you see the difference across consumption quartiles, and there's some nonlinear differences across there, but not as clear as a gradient as you see. But overall, the differences are smaller in general as well. So if you're looking across between the poorest and richest women in terms of consumption, there's around a 2-year difference in life expectancy at age 30. And this translates in 30Q30 into about a 2 percentage point difference between the top and bottom quartiles. So to summarize the first set of results, SES gradients in mortality seem to be moderate when you compare them to many of the high-income countries. They're between 2 to 3.5 years, and compare that to like 6 to 11 years that you're seeing in other countries. And they're smaller for women than they're for men. And one, I think, really interesting thing that's come out of this is that for men, the gradient is really pronounced across these wealth quartiles, whereas for women, it's really pronounced across consumption. And that's something I'm going to talk a little bit more about in the discussion about why that might be. Any questions so far?
Yeah, so, both consumption and wealth are household measures.
Yes.
And men and women live in households often together.
Yep.
What proportion of them are coupled? Because it seems odd to get opposite results with the same.
So I think the explanation for that is that studies that have shown this have actually shown that women have less ability to liquidate assets in households. So that even if they're in a household with high asset ownership, it's not like they can leverage the assets to actually gain.
Because they're a mother-in-law, not a.
That I don't know. Yeah.
Um,
So men seem to have a lot more control about asset ownership for the sake of like actually liquid income in terms of their ability to spend.
Control for liquidating, but just wealth. I mean. Okay.
I think it also might
You're gonna
speak.
come to this.
I'm going to come to at least my guess of what it is. I think.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's it.
So, in looking at the role of risk factors, of what might explain the differences, focusing on obesity, hypertension, and smoking. So, I think it's important to first look at just the gradients of these risk factors across groups. And these are age standardized prevalences. And the left graph will show it across consumption quartiles, and the right graph across wealth quartiles. And for men, the first kind of striking thing is that obesity is quite low in Indonesia, actually. It's under 5% for men. And if anything, it's the poor that are advantaged here. The gradient is moving in the direction of the rich having slightly higher obesity. Hypertension is kind of inconsistent. There's maybe some gradient when you're looking across consumption, but it's pretty flat across wealth. And it's high as well. I mean, this is an age standardized prevalence of hypertension in the upper 25, 30%. And this is just measured blood pressure. So this is uncontrolled hypertension in some sense. And tobacco use is extremely high for men, above 80 to 85%. And yes, it displays a small gradient, so the poor are slightly more likely to be tobacco users, but the overall levels are really what's striking, I think, about tobacco use for men here. Turning to women, the overall patterns are similar in some ways and different in others. Obesity is slightly higher for women, but still below 10%, and it's still showing this gradient where the poor are the ones that are actually doing better in terms of obesity. Hypertension is virtually flat across all SES quartiles and is pretty high at around 30%. And tobacco use is much, much lower for women. And this is self-reported tobacco use, so there might be some bias there. But it's also reasonably flat across the SES groups. So on first glance, it would seem that these risk factors that are thought to explain a lot of mortality differences in high-income countries are probably not at play in Indonesia, since they're not really patterned socially in the way that we would expect them to be. So to formally test that, these are the two models that I talked about earlier. Remember, model 1 is just the baseline SES differences model. It's what was used to estimate the life tables. And then in model 2, I'm going to introduce the 3 dummy variables for the 3 risk factors to see how the coefficients change. So in model 1, you can see here the result that we saw in the life table, that for men, there's a pronounced gradient across wealth and not really anything going on across consumption. And when we additionally adjust for these 3 risk factors, the gradient remains virtually unchanged, which I think, based on looking at the gradients beforehand, is not intrinsically that surprising since they weren't strongly patterned across SES. The one thing that really jumps out, though, is that high blood pressure is really strongly predictive of mortality in this context. It increases the risk of mortality by about 75%. And considering that a very large proportion of the population are hypertensive, this seems to be emerging as a really strong determinant of mortality in this context.
So this is the actual hypertension just with the cuff.
Just the measure,
Did you
yeah.
include whether they're on meds?
No. So I actually have done that in alternative. Many people are on meds, but the number of people that are on meds that have actually achieved control is less than 5%. It's almost none. And so the people that 5% that are controlled have a much lower risk. It becomes non-significant. It's like 1.15. But the ones that are on, say they're taking treatment but haven't received control, have almost equivalently high mortality risks. So turning to women, model 1 is showing the baseline differences again. And remember, there was a smaller gradient for women, and that's present here, and kind of these inconsistent patterns across, this nonlinear differences across when you're looking at wealth. And after adjusting for the 3 risk factors, again, the gradients remain kind of unchanged. And I think that's not intuitively that surprising when you look at the gradients before estimating this model. But similar to men, there's a very strong relationship between uncontrolled blood pressure and mortality in this population. And remember, this is very high and very equally high for almost every SES group. So it's a very prevalent problem here. So overall, I think there are moderate differences in adult mortality in Indonesia between 2 to 4 years, with smaller differences for women than for men. And this kind of interesting SES dynamic that gradients are only present across wealth for men and only present across consumption for women. And I think the other thing is that risk factor gradients are actually very different than we'd expect them to be based on many high-income countries. Obesity is slightly higher among the upper SES groups. Hypertension displays almost no gradient, and smoking only has a very, very minor gradient. But importantly, the levels themselves are quite different as well. So obesity is quite low. It's below 5% for men and below 10% for women. Hypertension is pretty high, around 30 to 40% when you're looking at adults over the age of 30. And if you actually look at the age pattern of this, in the upper age range, like the 60 to 70 age range, between 70 to 80% of adults have uncontrolled hypertension in Indonesia. So it's a really exceptionally high thing. And tobacco use for men is very, very high. And these risk factors, importantly, don't seem to explain this 2 to 3.5 year difference that we're seeing across income groups. So this is something I think is very important, and this is all supposition on my part so far, but I think this is the fact that we're seeing the differences across wealth for men, considering that assets and wealth, if you don't think about them as the ability to liquidate, but more representing longer-term SES, it could speak to a more cumulative disadvantage process for men that's resulting in exposures building up over time. Or it's that men can liquidate the assets, but I think it might reflect longer-term buildup of conditions or occupational conditions for men. For women, I think the fact that we're seeing gradients across consumption may really speak to the ability to purchase health when sick, that the ability to purchase health under different conditions might be what's driving a lot of this. And to test this thought, one thing I did was to see if the relationship between hypertension and mortality varied across the consumption groups for women. And it actually moved in the direction that's consistent with this hypothesis, that poor women have a greater relative risk of mortality from hypertension relative to richer women, which may suggest just medical care and medical access. So I think the other important findings is that tobacco use is really high for men, and Indonesia has a really pronounced sex difference in life expectancy. And I think there's a strong case to be made that tobacco use is partly to be explaining this very large sex difference in adult life expectancy in Indonesia. And that high blood pressure is really high for men and women across all SES groups, and it seems to be very strongly predictive of mortality. So I think the paper is kind of highlighting that insights about SES and adult mortality that are really drawn from high-income countries may not always hold in these less developed contexts, and that the lack of gradients and the high prevalence of risk factors like hypertension across SES groups may actually result in smaller gradients than we'd expect in general. But the moderate differences that are left, this 2 to 3.5 year difference, I think there's a strong case to be made for access to health care and the ability to actually purchase resources in these contexts. So thank you. I'd like to acknowledge people that were very instrumental in the writing of this paper, and then my colleagues at Penn.
Open it up to the floor.
Yeah.
Terrific work and very interesting and impressive. But I have some unhappiness with the SES measures.
Okay.
I'm thinking two things. I mean, surely the household consumption has to be per capita in some sense, but of course we know kids and infants consume less than adults, and you might do something, so women with lots of kids are going to have an artificially low consumption measure.
Right.
And on the wealth side, as a sort of symptom type measure, that's probably fine, but on a mechanism type measure, many of those things in the wealth measure are essentially household public goods that you don't want to divide per capitize in that way. And so where this is leading me is it might be interesting, for consumption, there's just trying to, reweight the household composition, maybe including sex of adults or whatever. But for the household wealth, another way, I assume that's per capita.
It's not per capita.
It's not per capita.
No.
Okay. So you might just, and that's totally defensible for reasons I just gave, I think. But you could also leave wealth the way it is, but you might also include some weighted sum of household size.
Right.
That could then take a negative coefficient or not, depending on what the data tell you about the effects.
So the one thing, I think it's a really great point. The only thing that I've done for the consumption per capita is I tried to use equivalence consumption per capita. So dividing by the square root of the people, the number of people, and it actually flattens the gradients even more. But I think that's not speaking to the age distribution of the members. So that's a good comment. I'll definitely look to that.
The consumption as well is going to be more endogenous to the health of the prime-aged male earners in the household, right?
Yeah.
And so there's, I think, more potential for
Reverse causality.
causing those gradients there.
Right.
So I would tend to prefer the asset-based measures, which
Yeah.
are less subject to shorter-term illnesses of the men who are dying or at these lower consumption levels. But Josh, you have a question?
So I was wondering about more traditional measures of status.
Education.
I haven't been to Indonesia, but I would guess the kind of place you live in, status of the community, education, things like that.
Yeah.
Are going to be enormous.
So the reason I didn't use education, and I did look at this in the paper, and it's in an appendix, is that there's cohort expansions in education to where if you're looking at the younger ranges, you have a lot of variation in education, but at the older ages, there's like none in secondary or primary school. So it's kind of hard for me to create categories based on actual number of years of schooling that are consistent across cohorts. So the other approach I tried to do was percentiles within birth cohorts, but that's again because of the problem of low variation in the upper age ranges. I couldn't really create even tertiles. So I had something like the bottom 50% of the education of the cohort and the top 50%. And I thought that was kind of less than
I
satisfactory.
guess your interpretation tends to be very medical and health practice oriented, whereas I would have thought in this context that kind of your stock of health and your kind of intrinsic status would be
Yeah.
the thing that determines whether you live to be 80 or
Right.
55. But I think since you don't have really these more
Status.
stable intrinsic measures of status,
Yeah.
your explanations run to the what can I purchase with this
Yeah.
type of thing. So not that that's not right, but I don't think it's really fair to say that that's what's driving it as opposed to the other thing when you can't look at the other thing.
Sure.
Did you do the top half, bottom half?
Yes, and the difference between the top half, bottom half is slightly larger than the difference between the top quartile, bottom quartile, but not so much. So for men, it's around 4.1 years, and for women, it's around 2.5 years.
Well,
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
I would include that.
Okay.
Blow that off.
Yeah, and building on Josh's points, I don't think you showed us the distribution of the age of death, but I would assume that most of these deaths are going to be in the older ages, right?
Yeah. So this is the distribution is
And the risk factor distributions that you were just showing us descriptively are going to be across this
Right.
entire age range, but I'm guessing that there are cohort differences and these risk factors, so I would actually prefer to see some models that are just looking at deaths starting at age 60.
okay.
Right, and the risk factors there. It's the cumulative risk factors like smoking is going to be much more important at those older ages as well. Just lots of reasons I would prefer to have some submodels just for those older
Okay.
ages.
What proportion of women are widowed in your sample?
I actually don't know. Sorry, I don't have a. I'm not sure. That's something I should look up.
Do you know what's the living arrangement for widowed women? What happened to widowed women? Do they just
They
stay in their household, or do they move with their kids? Or?
I think I don't. They stay in the house. There's lots of the household size is pretty large in this context, so I think they're not moving in with the kids. They're staying in the household. But I don't know the proportion of them. But the number of like female-headed households tend to also have a lot of other people in them as well.
And did you try to compare your status in the model?
No, I didn't. I was just trying to get the baseline SES differences, but that might be
I think Will raised a very interesting point about the endogeneity of household consumption with
Yeah.
sick male earner, and I'm wondering whether you have data in the survey on the current health status of the prime earner or something of that
Yes.
sort that you could use.
There is. That would be good to look. So maybe stratified for household heads with the earners in good health versus.
Well, you just
Yeah.
you'll
Yeah.
think of some
Yeah.
way to deal with it.
It's such rich data that, there's so much that you can do with this. You mentioned earlier that this, following up the targets versus the non-targets.
Yeah.
And you said that there's some differences in overall
Yeah.
life expectancy, but running some of these models on showing the differences across those two groups, I think would be informative for some of our other surveys
Right.
that haven't had as good tracking.
Yeah.
I think that would be fascinating. Also be interesting, since you have some of the measured levels of things like hypertension, just comparing across the measured and the self-reports, because again, we're looking at some other surveys, and there's
So
the self-reports.
the self-report, I do have that data. I do have, and so the self not presented here, but the people that have been diagnosed with hypertension is about only a quarter of the number of people that actually have measured hypertension.
Yeah. What do the gradients look like?
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
the question. So to inform some of these other people
Yeah.
trying to look at gradients, or we think that the gradients in diagnosis are pretty strong in a lot of places. So. Other questions, comments? Well, great. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Hyunju Shim and I'm going to present about
Could you speak more loudly, please?
I'm going to present about the mortality data and how its association with the subjective and objective socioeconomic measures in my country, Korea. So our question was how is objective socioeconomic measures, which are mostly assessed by income and education, are associated with the subjective social class, which refers to the individual's perceived social position, and how are those measures associated with the mortality in a country, which went a rapid change in historical context, and how does this association differ for men and women, and whether this association remains the same when we also account for the health characteristics and health behaviors. So prior studies on mortality in Korea mostly examined the objective socioeconomic measures such as income, education, and occupational class, and these have been identified as significant predictors of mortality. And prior studies also found that the effect of education was the most significant predictor compared to the other objective socioeconomic indicators, and the magnitude of this effect seems to be larger than those found in the Western countries. So in one of the studies that compared the magnitude of the significance in the UK and Korea found that the effective education was much larger in Korea. And the authors kind of guessed that it may reflect the role of education in the country, that if you have higher education, you are more likely to have an access to higher paying jobs and having health insurance and other better socioeconomic indicators. And however, strangely, although the socioeconomic effects were found to be differential for men and women, among those middle-aged Koreans, there has not been such emphasis on gender-stratified or gender-specific analysis among older Koreans aged 65 plus. And so just to give you a little bit of overview of my country, Korea went through a very rapid economic and educational changes in the country. So my mom was born in 1952, which the time the Korean War was happening. And at the time, for most people, attaining education was a very difficult thing because of a lot of circumstances. But now, in my generation, we are hearing that among OECD countries, Korea has one of the highest proportions of people with high educational categories. So we want to look at how this objective socioeconomic measures may differ between a young generation and old generation, and how that may affect their how that may affect the ability of just using the objective socioeconomic measures. And there have been a lack of gender-certified analysis despite the differential effects. So the gap between young and old generations in terms of education level also is present for those between men and women, because socio-historically, men were preferred offsprings in the household, so they were more likely to obtain education. So we wanted to look at how this gap may affect the association, and also the involvement of children through co-residence, but living with their parents or providing financial support may also complicate the picture of income. So we wanted to just show you how this may affect. So there's a huge gap in the proportion of people with college degree. When we look at this between young and old generation, for young generations, almost 50% has college degrees, but for the young old, this proportion goes down to about half, to 14%. And when we look at the 65 plus, this proportion goes to even a third of those young and old generations. And when we look at the gender differences, we can see that this gap also becomes more clear. As you can see that among young old generations, the gap between men and women is about half. But for the 65 plus, this gap is more pronounced. And for the living arrangements too, more than half of urban Koreans are reportedly living together with their children, which also raises the likelihood that they may receive additional financial support from their children. And as you can see, that the proportion of those who are reportedly receiving these transfers from children is very high. So the subjective social class is the concept that asks people what is their thoughts on their socioeconomic status. And one of the prior authors kind of defined this as a cognitive averaging of standard markers of socioeconomic situation. And this, because of this fact, is also very likely that it will be affected by how their objective socioeconomic status is like. But the reason why we wanted to look at why subjective and objective status may differ is because for most older Koreans, it's very hard to assess variations within seemingly similar SES groups. And the proportion of those who share the similar SES level is pretty high among older Koreans. So we wanted to identify the predictors or indicators that may be able to capture variations in this specific population. And for the genders, women's objective social class may be less reflective or more influenced by because of gender differences in education and other objective socioeconomic indicators. So the data we used was the Korea longitudinal study of aging. This is the first longitudinal data among older populations. It began in 2006 with a total sample of 10,254. And out of those samples, those who were followed up in 2008 was 8,688. And our final analytic sample came down to 8,333, eliminating those who had the missing information on income and obesity. And out of those, we had the 516 people for that. And we used the Cox proportional hazard models.
Are you going to tell us about attrition, how big the attrition was, and then how you measured mortality?
Right.
Oh, for the attrition rates, from the original sample in 2006 to 2008, there was 1,379 people who were missing at random and who were not followed up in 2008. But we did not, because the subjective social class question was beginning to be administered in 2008, this was not a big concern for our final analytic sample. And those who were followed up in 8,000 is 8,688. And for those people, I think the only people who were missing on the dates of that was 652.
There's 1,000 people missing that from follow-up.
So from
From
2008
go
to
back
2012,
Yeah.
you lost
Yes,
about.
yeah. That's the answer.
Okay. 15%.
Yeah.
They're missing double the number of deaths.
Right, and she does have a mortality estimate. I don't know when that's coming.
Oh, that's coming after the measure. So I will quickly just explain how each measure was constructed. So for the subjective social class, the question was, what is your thought on your subjective social class? And the respondents could choose from the top, bottom of high, middle, low categories. And we created an index, summarized index categories, the continuous variable. And for the education, the process used the categorical variable to assess the education level, and we collapsed the last in elementary and middle school level together, and we use the total household income for the income measure.
In the subjective question, did they ask relative to everyone in the country, relative to your community? The way that the subjective social status questions are asked in a lot of places. Were you asked to compare yourself to some specific reference group?
Yeah, so I think because of the country's cultural context, they did not.
I think the answer is no.
Yeah. They did not ask specifically the comparison group or anything. They just asked, what is your subjective social class? So it could be interpreted in different ways depending on individuals' thoughts. So other covariates included for the social demographic characteristics, we included age and gender and the living arrangements, whether they live alone or together with spouse or children and others, and the children's financial support. And for the health conditions, we use the number of chronic conditions and functional limitations in drinking, smoking, and obesity. And this is the comparison with the national statistics on mortality rates. We derived this figure from the Korean National Statistical Office and calculated the expected number of deaths from 2008 to 2012 and compared those number with the number that was in our final analytic sample from 2008 to 2012, and these were the figures for men. As you can see, from 80 plus, it does not really closely correspond to the vital statistics, but up to then, the CROSA has a good follow-up with the national statistics. For women, this is more closely aligned with the national vital statistics measure. So
the mortality rate is over what exposure period?
4 years, so from 2008 to 2012.
So that's 0.6, so 60% of them.
So for the sample characteristics, there more men were dead, but they were less likely to receive financial support from their children. They were significantly more likely to be smokers, but less likely to be obese. But the gap between the present smokers, between man and woman, may have to do with the fact that these were self-reported, because there's a strong bias against women smoking, and for this particular generation, it could be a factor too.
So I'm probably not the only one. Sorry, I keep interrupting, but can you walk us through how to interpret this? I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I understand exactly how I'm interpreting this.
Oh, so I'm just describing among the final analytic sample, among those who were dead. So there was 533 people, and oh, sorry.
She's just saying 5.7% of people
Were dead,
died.
yeah, in the
4.2%
full
of women died.
final analytic sample.
Each one is 100, and she's just giving a percentage. If she just.
That's 40% of those who died
No,
received money from,
no.
no?
40%
No,
of
it's
the
a
sample.
total,
Of the sample, oh.
yeah, sample.
And what is the shaded component?
This is just to show the proportion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not any.
Yeah.
Ignore the shading.
We should
Okay,
ignore it.
all right, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to visually present it better, so sorry about that. And just to illustrate the gap between the education level, again, this is by gender. As you can see, that close to the half of women were having less than middle school degree. And for the social class questions, generally women reported higher subjective social class. Before going into mortality, we looked at what predicts subjective social class for men and women. And we can see that the effective objective socioeconomic indicators were strongly associated with the subjective social class for both men and women. For men, older age and living with somebody also was associated with the higher subjective social class, but these were not necessarily associated for women. Sorry.
There were 6 categories of subjective social class,
Mhm.
but the scale goes from 1 to 5.
So we summed up the index.
So 5 and 6 were combined because so few people chose the highest.
Okay.
Oh yes,
The
Okay.
highest category.
yeah.
Wait, 5 and 6 are highest, or 1 and 2 are?
5 and 6 are highest. Can I go on? Or
That's right.
okay.
So these are like linear regression coefficients.
Yes, linear regression coefficients. Sorry, I did not explain very clearly. Yes, we did the OLS for the subjective social class and the Cox model for the mortality. And that comes up right now. So for the model 1, we only control for the age and subjective social class, and the model 2 only control for age and objective socioeconomic indicators. And for model 3, we control for all 3. And as you can see, for men, subjective social class was not a significant predictor of mortality. But for women, this was a significant predictor of mortality when we control for the objective socioeconomic indicators. And we only present to the health models, but for the living arrangements, nothing was significant, and the financial transfer was only significant for men. And for the health adjusting models, when we adjust for health, the main story does not change. For men, the subjective social class was not a significant predictor of mortality, but both education levels and the income was significant predictor. And another factor that was associated with mortality was the number of chronic conditions. And for women, as you can see, the effective objective socioeconomic indicators was a little bit less significant, but still education effect was present. And the subjective social class significance remained even when we adjusted for the health conditions. And like men, the number of chronic conditions was associated with the higher mortality, but and also the IADL limitations was associated with the mortality risks. And this was just to show the model fit. As you can see, as we move from model 1, which only adjusted for age and subjective social class, to final model, model 4, which was the health model, the model sensitivity and specification rates improves from 78 to 80. And the main story also seems similar to women too, although the improvement seems less than men. So our conclusion was that we picked up kind of novel, new socioeconomic indicators, and we looked at how this association may differ by gender. Subjective social class was only associated with women, while income was only significant for men, and education was associated with both men and women. So it leaves the question of whether subjective social class will be a really good predictor for mortality. However, we believe that the findings highlight the importance of assessing gender differences in measuring health and mortality outcomes for countries where conventional socioeconomic measures may have differential effects because of socio-historical context. Because in prior studies that were done on mortality in Korea, we can see now from our research that most of the estimates could have been driven by the mass estimates, and the effective income or other factors could have been less for women. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
Can you provide a context for how large the size of life years or the probability of dying, how big is the differences across educational groups?
Across the education groups, you mean in my sample or? I think I will have to look at the estimates, but I think the difference between the high school and the college degree for women was a little bit low compared to men. But for men, I think it was more than 1.5 or something. Yeah. So, and for the, as you can see, I think because I simplified, for men, the effective both categories were significant. Oh, sorry, this is the subject. Yeah. And then, but for women, this was the high school group was only significant. And it may have to do with the less number of people, women who have the college degrees, but yeah.
I think that's a very interesting idea to put some subjective social class indicator in the model, but maybe I missed it. I'm sorry if I did, but did you do a comparison of the kind of people for which the two measures, subjective and objective, do not align? Is it systematically, do people systematically underestimate or overestimate, or is it all over the place, or is there like some systematic pattern in terms of level of education or homogamy, or I don't know what you want to
Yeah. We try to look at for the subjective social class, we try to look at how spouses' educational level or their income level may affect their the perceived subjective social class among women. But the model, I think, didn't really have, I would say, different stories, so we decided not to put it. But we did look at the husband's education level and the income level.
But independently from covariance,
We did
how
not.
do the two measures align, and is it more that people tend to subjectively overestimate their social class compared to their objective level of wealth or income, or is it that they tend to underestimate, or is there a difference between men and women, or is it all over the place? Can you say something about that? Or is there a specific pattern?
I think we have not looked at that yet. So that's a good suggestion to look at for underestimation or overestimation compared to the objective indicators. Yeah, I'm sure that may be happening for a woman sample.
Did you have multiple measures of subjective social class within the household? Did they ask both sort of male and female respondents?
I think they did ask about male and female respondents. But
And
although
that would be interesting to look at that within the household.
Yeah.
Reports, because it seemed like women were systematically reporting substantially higher
than men somehow.
Than men.
Yeah.
I think in South Korea, as in much of East Asia and lots of, previously lower income areas, the education is very highly paid for by the family, and maybe half of it is paid by family and half out of public sector, which is just an enormous contrast to, say, Europe or the U.S. or countries that have been high income for a long time. So I think in a country like the U.S. Or England, education tells us much less about the socioeconomic status of the parents and the family growing up.
Yeah.
Whereas I think probably in South Korea,
you
before the current generation, it probably was a very good indicator of the socioeconomic status of your parents and so your health and consumption levels when you were a kid. Whereas for these current generations, in which almost everyone's going to college, there's probably very little information about what things were like, how it, as an indicator of earlier life conditions. It's probably much less powerful.
that's a good point. Yeah, I think the government began to have the college loan system very recently, so that could also be a factor that more younger generations are now having education, like access to education. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, Korea is a fascinating example because these older cohorts really were in a lower to middle income country when they were born, and now it's essentially a high income country. And so you're seeing these gradients that look a lot like high income countries, even though the cohorts were born in low income countries, and people have talked about, well, in these other middle income countries that we've been looking at, maybe we have these flat gradients because some kind of selection process, et cetera. But you think that should have gone on here as well. I'm sure there was a very large cohort selection and for these older cohorts. So that suggests something about the cross-country and cross-national comparisons suggests, well, it couldn't just be all selection which is driving these sort of flat patterns in other places. But at the same time, Korea has really equalized access to healthcare. If we wanted to talk about a healthcare story, I mean, there's universal health insurance in these cohorts. So you would have thought, if anything, that should have gone to equal whatever portion of this mortality is amenable to healthcare. So there's really something else which is driving it. And I wonder how much of it is just these early life experiences. Do they have good measures of early childhood well-being besides their actual education?
I think there were some questions about the parents' education level. I'm not sure, because this CHARLS was modeled after the HRS, so if I dig in further, then I may be able to find some indicators of early life.
I think that would be fascinating to look into, just trying to understand why, what's unique about Korea that we're looking at compared to these other countries on this sort of rapid change, so understanding these changes in the household. In Costa Rica, we asked measures of subjective social status currently, and a couple different points during the life course, we actually asked when they were young as well, their families. I don't think anyone's dug into those data yet, so I'd love for someone to do this kind of model in Costa Rica.
I just think the differential between men and women was so great in Korea. In terms of education, it's greater than virtually any other place I've seen. And there are some different male-female relationships to other health outcomes that are kind of puzzling in Korea. It looks a little odd compared to other places.
Questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So yeah, thanks for having me. It's really nice to be back here. It's my second year here, so it's great. I'm going to be talking about some research that's kind of, I would say it's a little bit still work in progress. So I'm both excited to show you sort of a first pass on what I've been up to, and also get feedback at like a pretty critical stage in this research. But I'm going to be talking about looking at changes in disability-free life expectancy in Mexico using MHAS data, looking at differences in disability-free life expectancy and total life expectancy in the 2001 to 2003 waves of MHAS, and then the 2012 to 2015 wave of MHAS, so the sort of more recently collected waves. And then I'm going to do a little bit of looking at analyses of how disability-free life expectancy in Mexico changed between these two periods, and do some work on comparing cohort differences in partial disability-free life expectancy in this population. And I'll dig into exactly what I'm doing there a little later. So just a little bit on kind of aging in Mexico. Life expectancy at age 60 has really almost doubled since 1950 in Mexico, and the sort of current value of LE compares, it's a little bit lower than the US and most high-income countries, but it's getting up there pretty quickly. And this is this really represents a rapid change in mortality at older ages. And this expansion in life expectancy is largely the result of the really rapid epidemiological transition that happened in Mexico, which sort of completed in the 70s and 80s. Mexico has a really rapidly growing older adult population, but there's kind of limited understanding of how disability and disability-free life expectancy are changing over time. So, in the sort of classical epidemiological transition, increases in life expectancy largely came about through an expansion of healthy life and postponement of disease into older ages, but it's kind of unclear whether or not this is happening in Mexico. So there's been increased survivorship to older ages, but also a really rapid increase in chronic conditions, especially diabetes and obesity in these older populations. Sorry, fighting my notes. So, sort of two main sources of disability in late life. These are complex, these are interrelated. There's sort of the early childhood or early life sources. I think of these sort of as like cohort issues. So, older cohorts in Mexico were exposed to a really different childhood environment than sort of more recently born cohorts. This really rapid epidemiological transition led to successive cohorts who experienced different exposures to early life diseases, infant and child mortality, and there's also the possibility that all of these early life conditions we might think that they would lead to cohorts of older individuals who were sicker and more disabled, but there's also sort of a countervailing trend of, increased mortality in early life might lead to more selected and sort of hardier populations of older adults who survived to older ages in Mexico. And then there are also these adult or late life sources of variation in adult health. And these I think of kind of as more of their period trends. So increasing access to modern medical technology should result in improving health outcomes, but then you also have increased industrialization and urbanization and sedentary behavior and access to high-calorie foods. So you have a rise in obesity, sedentary behavior, and diabetes in these populations. So my research here is kind of a first pass at digging into trends in disability-free life expectancy over time in Mexico. And I kind of have two overarching goals here. One is just looking at how disability-free life expectancy has changed between the 2001 and 2003 and 2012 to 2015 periods of MHAS data. So just looking at, within each of those two periods, what does DFLE and life expectancy look like? What are the differences there? And then I'm also going to do some work looking at how disability-free life expectancy has changed within certain 10-year age groups across cohorts. So looking at, I can only kind of look at a small portion of the life course here. So it's going to be partial disability-free life expectancy, looking at, ages 50 to 59, 60 to 69, 70 to 79 between successive 10-year cohorts in this population. And the sort of gap between waves in MHAS and the refresher sample that was added in of younger individuals in the 2012 wave makes this kind of a neat comparison. A little bit on MHAS. It's the Mexican Health and Aging Study. It's an HRS sister study in Mexico. Waves were collected in 2001, 2003, 2012, and 2015. And in 2012, there was a refresher sample added in of about 6,000 new individuals who were mostly ages 50 to 59. Looking at disability-free life expectancy, again, this is sort of a first pass parameterization of physical health. So I'm looking 2 levels of disability. Physically limited, these are individuals who report difficulties on 1 or more of 7 physical activities. These are walking a block, sitting for 2 hours, getting up from a chair after sitting for a while, climbing a flight of stairs, kneeling or crouching or carrying heavy objects. So this is a pretty, it's a pretty tough measure of physically limited. There are a lot of people who are going to show up limited on these outcomes. And then ADL disabled, so just reporting inability to do or difficulty doing 1 or more of 5 ADLs. These are walking across a room, bathing, eating, getting out of bed, in and out of bed, and toileting. So it's a 4-state, multi-state life table model, disability-free, physically limited, ADL disabled, which also counts, if you have both ADL disability and physical limitations, you're counted as ADL disabled and dead. A little bit on just the quick run through of baseline characteristics. The big things that sort of stand out here are, just looking at baseline sample in 2001 broken down by age, baseline sample in 2012 broken down by age, you do see a pretty substantial rise in the proportion of people reporting physical limitations in each age group. And also, you know, a pretty decent rise in the proportion reporting ADL disability here. Also, a pretty substantial rise in diabetes in each age group in the more recent period than in 2001, and similarly smaller but similar rise in hypertension. Same thing holds true for obesity. I mean, you really see this, you know, rising burden of diabetes, hypertension, and obesity in the 11 years between these waves of data collection. So much higher proportions of people who are obese in the more recent period.
Sorry, can you just go back? Yeah, the very bottom line I'm trying to look at. So among the oldest groups, the obesity
Didn't change much, but the younger groups, it's gone up pretty substantially. I mean, not hugely, but yeah, it's increasing. And, you know, the proportion in what we classify as normal weight has dropped. This will be a bit of review for anybody who was at the workshop yesterday, but my method for using for calculating these health expectancies, I use the stochastic population analysis for complex events program. A lot of people are now familiar with it. I really like it. I've been working with it for a while. So it's sort of a two-step process, which I'll run through quickly. First off, you estimate transition probabilities. So I use a logistic discrete time hazard model, estimating conditional annual probabilities of transitioning between different health states, so from healthy to limited to disabled to dead. And these are estimates that are conditional on age, sex, and initial health state. And then using these transition probabilities that I've estimated from the data, I micro-simulate cohorts of 100,000 people, you know, sort of randomly subjecting them to these proportions, or these transition probabilities that I've estimated, and wind up with sort of a simulated cohort at the end of this of 100,000 people that reflects the transition probabilities that are happening in the data. So at the end of the process, you get this synthetic cohort, and you can estimate life expectancy and disability-free life expectancy, and, you know, life expectancy in different states of physical health. And you also get this cohort, and you can measure all sorts of interesting things in this cohort. And I'll be using these cohorts to look at partial disability-free life expectancy, so life expectancy between, you know, two ages, just a chunk of the life course. Okay, so getting into the data. So these are period estimates again. So they show total and disability-free life expectancy and physically limited and ADL disabled life expectancy of a 50-year-old man or woman exposed to sort of just the prevailing rates of limitation and disability, and the observed transition rates between in the 2001 to 2003 period and the 2012 to 2015 period. So we see that individuals in the more recent period are expecting to live a higher proportion of their remaining life with physical limitations. And this is really pronounced among women. So you see this drop in disability-free life expectancy, the green circles, of about a little less than 5 years between the 2001 to 2003 period and the 2012 to 2015 period. So, you know, just overall, women in this population expect to live about 3 more years with physical limitations and about 2 additional years with ADL disabilities in the more recent 2012 to 2015 period compared to the 2001 to 2003 period.
So if we were just to look at the ADLs,
yeah,
we would have said that there was only a 2-year difference. And if we just chunked in all of the physically limited with disability free, like we often do, we would have missed a big
chunk of sort of that more nuanced limitation. But I mean, we still would see a significant rise in ADL, you know, life years spent with ADL limitation here.
There's
so
actually more going on in that physically limited.
Yes, yeah. There's much more going on in there. Yeah, which is, I think, sorry, question.
Perceptions of disability might have changed between 2001 and
Yeah, usually I get that question in the context of all the cross-national stuff I do, in which case I can shrug. Here, you know, I haven't been able to, in my mind, come up with a convincing reason why we would have seen a rapid shift in perceptions of disability in Mexico, but you know, that might just be, I might be missing something. I don't know if anybody else who's,
So people
Did you-
might have expectations of a better life.
Yeah.
Than just a guess.
yeah, I don't know. I don't have much to say about that. I haven't thought through it all that completely, nor do I have a really good way of measuring it off the top of my head. Yeah.
So if you have an ADL disability, and a physical limitation, you're automatically just kind of classified as the ADL?
Yeah. Yeah. You wind up in the higher category. And the thing that I'll say that's interesting, and I'll talk about this a little bit more later, is I didn't show the graphs here, but breaking out just sort of the graphs of the transition probabilities here, they're not that different between these two periods. What it really looks like these differences are being driven by is just more people showing up limited or disabled at, you know, the sort of initial, at the 2012 wave of data collection. There's just a higher prevalence of limitations and disability there.
So when you're estimating your annual transitions, do you think the fact that you have a 2-year period and a
Yeah, so
period
that's
is,
thing I want to work on next is actually doing this in a hazard model where I'm actually taking time into account, because right now it's just
time
a
is one thing, and
yeah.
a lot of people say, okay, just adjust. But
Yeah.
the issue is you've lost transitions
Yes.
that can never be reclaimed
Yeah.
with a statistical approach.
Yeah.
And that's
it's an issue of the data that I'm sort of just dealing with right
I
now.
think it's a big issue for
Yeah.
all of us
Yeah.
to have surveys that have different periodicities.
Yeah.
And changing periodicity
Yeah.
within one survey.
Yeah.
Is a big deal.
And it's not a thing that you can just
Well, yeah,
throw a
some
statistical
people say
model.
you can throw a model in.
Yeah, I
It's
think
not true.
I think my plan is to do, instead of trying to throw more models at it, do more sensitivity analyses. So I talk about this a little bit later. I have done actually just taking the transition probabilities from 2001 to 2003 and applying them to the prevalence rates from 2012 to 2015. I get basically the same thing. You know, things change a little bit, but it's a nice sort of check to have in your back pocket.
Because if HRS does go to 3-year periodicity, this is going
They're
to be
not.
Yeah.
They're not.
a huge issue.
That's not happening. We have argued vehemently at once.
Okay, so if one could look at 2 years and
Okay.
4-year transitions in HRS
Yeah.
and do some of that.
Yeah.
So
But,
we, you know,
but the fact that the men aren't really
Yes, and-
changing so much suggests that
I
you know,
know.
it may not be a big issue, and the perception issue may not be a big
But
issue.
Yeah.
I have done 2 and 4 in HRS,
Yeah.
and that's why I say this, because I know it to be a severe problem.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then I have to compare to some other country that has
Yeah.
3 or 4.
Yes, which is a thing I've done in papers before, and yeah, it's tough to get that through.
Josh,
Sorry.
did you have a question too?
I'll wait till the end.
Okay.
Do you have an explanation? I know it's not significant for why life expectancy is, at least in the point estimate, gone down.
Not really. It's, you know, these are, I haven't, basically, this is only on like 100 bootstrap resamples right now. So I need to, you know, these are not sort of my final estimates. I'm going to need to, the error bars will change. The point estimates won't, but I don't really have much of a interpretation for that right now. Because I just, you know, I can't tell whether it's noise or not. Okay, so these are the period estimates. But I think, you know, it's kind of interesting to look at, the period estimates are subject to sort of some issues. They don't account for cohort differences. They just reflect life expectancy and disability-free life expectancy for, you know, the hypothetical cohort that's exposed to these prevailing trends during these 2 periods. And there are also some sources of bias in this previous graph that I didn't really talk about. So one of these is that these aren't 2 random draws from the population. You know, a lot of people are in both of these, so my confidence intervals are probably too wide. So I'm not accounting for the fact that these are not 2, you know, random draws from the population. It's all MHAS. And there also could be some attrition or some bias induced by attrition between the 2003 and 2012 waves, which I'm not accounting for right now. I will need to do multiple imputation at some point to kind of try to get at that. But with these sort of two periods of data collection, we also have the opportunity to kind of look at differences in life expectancy and disability-free life expectancy within, like, by 10-year birth cohorts. So the downside of this is we can't calculate full life expectancy, but I can use microsimulated cohorts to estimate partial life expectancy and disability-free life expectancy. So the number of years that an individual spends disability-free, limited, and disabled between ages 50 to 59, 60 to 69, et cetera. And all right, the Lexis diagram. So this is showing what I'm doing here, and I'm interested to see whether people in this room buy this. Essentially what I'm doing is I'm observing the transition probabilities experienced by each 10-year cohort. So this is cohort 1, cohort 2. Cohort 1 was born 1942 to 1951. So these are people who are 50 to 59 at 2001 in the first wave of MHAS. And comparing them to people in cohort 2. So this is the refresher sample that was added in 2012. These are individuals who were born from 1953 to 1962. And I'm basically I'm estimating the transition probabilities observed in these sort of bolded, outlined chunks, and using those two estimates to estimate microsimulated cohorts and look at disability-free life expectancy among these 10-year cohorts. And the comparison here is cleanest for this 50 to 59 age group because this cohort 2 is a new sample, a refresher sample drawn in MHAS 2012. So there's, it's kind of a nice, neat, tidy comparison here. For the other age groups, there is the possibility of some bias being introduced due to all of the attrition factors that I was running on before, but all the cohort comparisons are distinct cohorts. There are no individuals who fall into the two cohorts that I'm comparing. So this graph shows partial life expectancy and disability-free life expectancy between these two cohorts. Those born 1942 to 1951 and those born 1953 to 1962 during the ages 50 to 59. And we see that basically this is kind of showing how disability-free life expectancy emerges in late midlife in this population and how this has changed over cohorts. So we see for men, not much change going on. There's really, really no big differences. For women, on the other hand, the story is very different. We're seeing pretty substantial growth of physically limited life expectancy, so about an additional year of life spent physically limited between ages 50 and 59. And basically about a year and a half of decline in total disability-free life expectancy, and a little bit, about a half year of increase in ADL disabled life expectancy between ages 50 and 59. So these are interesting findings. I mean, they do sort of line up with a story we've seen a little bit of in the US of sort of this, expansion of morbidity and health issues of sort of late middle-aged women. But it's really interesting to see this, cohort over cohort happening in Mexico. And we see the story is fairly similar for the other cohorts. I'll go through these sort of quickly because I'm running low on time. But again, this is ages 60 to 69. The cohorts were born 1932 to 1941 and 1943 to 1952. Again, not a lot going on for men, maybe a little bit of decline in disability-free life expectancy and a little bit of increase in ADL, disabled life expectancy and limited life expectancy, but nothing's really statistically significant. But again, for women, we see a decline in disability-free life expectancy and a pretty big increase in ADL, disabled life expectancy and limited life expectancy. When I get to the oldest cohort, the oldest 10-year age group here, the confidence intervals get pretty large because the sample size is fairly low. But again, we see that for men, not much going on, maybe a little bit of expansion of ADL, disabled life expectancy in successive cohorts. And for women, again, we're seeing some declines in disability-free life expectancy and increases in physically limited and ADL disabled life expectancy, and actually a little bit of a decline in total life expectancy here between ages 70 and 79. So, summing this all up, I think what I'm seeing here, and these are still fairly preliminary estimates, but kind of tentative evidence for a recent expansion of physically limited and disabled life expectancy in Mexico. Just this really sort of cohort over cohort expansion in time spent in limitation and disability. And this is something that's been discussed. I mean, Alberto Poloni's been talking about this for a while, that something like this might happen, but I haven't seen a whole lot of hard evidence out there really measuring these differences, these sort of cohort over cohort changes. And I think, yeah, I'm really sort of providing some tentative evidence here. The next big thing is going to be diving into sort of the role of selection and the role of health behaviors and obesity and smoking and all of these other factors. And I'm not quite there yet, but that's where I'm heading with this work. There are a lot of limitations here. As I said, I have a lot of bounding exercises to conduct. I need to do multiple imputation. Using this microsimulation modeling, doing multiple imputation winds up taking weeks, so I didn't have time to get it done before coming here. But as I did say, as a sensitivity analysis, I did use the transition probability estimates from the earlier wave, the 01 to 03 wave, and applied them to the prevalence estimates of the more recent wave, and really did find fairly similar estimates. So I think that at least gives me some confidence that I'm heading in the right direction, but a lot more sensitivity analysis to be done. And yeah, I still have this multiple testing issue between these two periods, and I need to figure out exactly how to adjust my confidence intervals to take account of that. I think future directions that are going to be really interesting here is looking at how the socioeconomic gradient in these measures has changed over time. I'll show like one really brief slide on this next, just because Will brought it up earlier. And looking at how if cohort over cohort differences in health behaviors explain some of this expansion of disability in recent cohorts. And then I think some of these methods in other sort of HRS sister studies that do refresher samples, I will be able to do some of these partial life expectancy estimates comparing cohorts in other contexts. So I'm working on this a little bit in HRS already, but I think it'll be possible in CHARLS with the RC cohort and some other places as well. So, and yeah. Just a quick look at wealth. Basically, this is super preliminary, like running it in my hotel room last night, but you do see, it looks like the sort of gradient in life expectancy and disability-free life expectancy by wealth has declined a little bit. I have no confidence intervals for these. I don't know whether it's significant, but it's interesting, and just since we brought it up earlier, I figured I'd show it. Thanks, and yeah, happy to hear questions or comments. Yeah, any of no, I'm sure Ken.
So presumably you have information on the living arrangements of these instructors.
Yeah.
And have you or are you going to cross-classify by living arrangements? Because those living in families, what constitutes a physical limitation may be very different.
Yeah. Right now I've done absolutely zero of that, but I think it's going to be, I'm writing that down because that's something that I will need to add in. I mean, these are, we'd love them to be objective, but they're still fairly subjective, and, the physical environment around a person really does have a big role in, what they think of as their own limitations. So, yeah. Yeah.
It's a similar question about, I'm kind of trying to take your results as the truth and saying, well, people are getting more disabled over time, women especially.
Yeah.
And what's changed? Well, fertility's gone down a lot.
Yeah.
And presumably, the way women are spending their lives up to the point where they're old is very different.
Yeah.
And so someone who is in the home with children may have quite a different subjective view of their health, and they may also have quite a different lived experience of someone who's done a repetitive task over and over in an occupation or something like that. So I think there's both a subjective point that was brought up earlier, where an old grandma is supposed to feel terrible and be broken down, whereas a retired something is not supposed to.
Yeah, I guess I just wonder how fast that changed in 10 years.
Do you have occupation?
I have it. I have not included it in any of this. That's
I
the
mean, it just kind of goes back to, you could obviously work a lot more on the multi-state model.
Yeah.
But then how are these two cohorts different in terms of the way they've lived their
Yeah.
lives? And a couple of stylized facts there
Yeah.
may give you a lot of mileage.
Yeah, I think that's really the next thing is pushing on. This is all interesting, and I do buy that this is happening. But why is a way more interesting, question to try to get at than digging into the Lexis diagram. So
Yeah, I mean, what are we comparing? We're not comparing cohorts with very different mortality experience. It's
survivorship was pretty different. I mean, so
your E0, your E
Yeah.
estimates are the same essentially.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
only 10
yeah,
years apart,
yeah,
but these are cohorts that have lived different
yeah.
histories, different times.
Yes.
Different,
Yeah, I mean, they're, just the proportion of, so this is for women, the proportion of women in that first cohort, the, 1941 to 1949, over the second cohort, I mean, about a 10-year jump in just the proportion of people who survived to age 50 and made it into the sample between those two cohorts. So there was a really rapid, really rapid increases in survivorship to older ages going on between these two cohorts. I think that's part of it. I don't think it's all of it, but it's kind of nice context to have in there. So.
But I just want to follow up on your comment
Yeah.
regarding occupation. I think that's an important piece.
Mm-hmm.
Because some work on occupation in ENCA, and in 2001, there is a large fraction of women that claim never been in the labor force,
Yeah.
which are the early cohorts.
Yeah.
By the time you get to 2012, that share is much lower.
Yeah.
So you have two different sets of cohorts, women that went through the labor market, and they are quite different experiences.
Yeah.
And the other one is that women at baseline, most of the ones who claim to have had a job, it was mostly on the service industry.
Okay.
So it was, for disability in particular, is quite important.
Yeah, so we're thinking that that's,
George was saying in terms of the repetitive.
yeah, interacting heavily with these sort of
Right,
limitations.
so-
Okay.
And again, by the time you get to 2012, the cohort of women at that age, that period,
Yeah.
have had a job is quite different now.
Yeah.
So did you compare the numbers you got for total life expectancy with the vital statistics and also the trends? Because your trends looked a little disquieting for women.
Yeah, I have, everything is, the confidence intervals are fairly large on all of these things, and MHAS does, I think there is some bias in MHAS. The mortality follow-up isn't great. So the estimates, the life expectancy estimates that I get are a little bit higher than what you get out of Mexican statistics. I think when I've worked with these data before and I have done multiple imputation and thrown everything in there that I can think of that would predict mortality, it's dropped it down to just about on par with vital stats. So I'm guessing that will probably happen with my estimates once I actually go through and do the full imputation models. But I mean, they're in the ballpark. They're a little high right now. But I think I know why. So.
But it's the trend.
Yeah, that's the trend. Yeah. Yep.
So I actually don't know if it's possible, but is there anything to be done with the Mexican Family Life Survey to look at similar things to see if it's a survey-specific trend or
possibly? I don't know that survey super well, but if anybody
Well,
thinks.
There might be a possibility. The problem is that the Mexican Family Life Survey, includes all age groups. So you have extremely low sample size for older adults. That wasn't the focus.
Okay.
And this one, the focus is particularly older adults.
Yeah.
So it's only 50 and older. So
But I could look into that because I mean that would if I can sort of lean on another data set here and start seeing similar things, then I feel a lot more confident.
Reliable estimates of mortality.
Yeah.
In the Mexican
Okay.
The sample size is very small.
Yeah.
The other one, going back to Eileen's comment on the mortality, one of the things that I noticed when you show the total life expectancy at age 50, 59, males seem to have a larger life expectancy than females.
Oh, really? I don't think.
For the most recent cohort,
Wait, the period estimates?
I believe they were period.
No, that's women have higher total life expectancy.
So then was the other one by when you do it by cohort?
Oh, the cohort comparisons. Yeah.
You say the 53.
Yeah, they're about equal, and then you do see, this decline here. Yeah, yeah. I don't think that it's maybe significant. I'm not entirely sure, but it is. It's enough to be a little disquieting. I think it's about a third of a year.
Eileen was mentioning is, in your case, might not be statistically significant hand, but
Yeah.
if you look at official estimates of the country, there is clearly a significant difference
Yeah.
between male and females. At
Yeah.
that age.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but this is just between these two ages. I mean, there's not a whole lot of mortality happening here,
And
so.
that points back to the issue of mortality data at younger age.
Yeah.
Which is less reliable. In
Yeah.
the past,
Yeah. I think
in the 50s
I
and
would
into the 60s.
I would be not surprised at all if that difference disappears when I actually do control for, or well, try to do imputation and knock out some of that bias.
Your physical limitations, do you have a sense of which of these limitations is actually driving these numbers?
Good
And you
question.
mentioned, like diabetes could be driving some of this, but that in the 50s, and people aren't physically limited from diabetes.
Yeah, yeah.
I think what you actually mean by physical
Might be
limitations.
obesity.
Yeah,
I mean, obesity would be
yeah.
huge.
Those are the next things that I want to start tossing into this model.
Well, but what- so that-
But so the limitations, the list of physical limitations is on a piece of paper in front of me. Okay, so walking a block, sitting for 2 hours, getting up from a chair, climbing a flight of stairs. Climbing a flight of stairs was one of the big ones. And yeah, the kneeling or crouching one as well. I think those were the two sort of more lower body physical functioning that were a little bit higher, but I mean, none of them were off the charts higher or lower than any of them.
Yeah, so I just love to see these cohort comparisons for obesity and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they didn't ask about life course obesity and MHOS, right? You don't have the retrospective measures.
No, I mean, I'll have, for some of these people, I'll have whatever, 15 years or 14 years of, but.
There is a figure for obesity, and there is a question for current compared to what they were when they were younger.
Oh, they do.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, that would
be
really
great.
Interesting to be able to get some estimate of how many years they're living in obesity. Because if
Yeah.
there's a recent trend in obesity, that's not going to be as harmful as
Yeah.
carry this around for 20 years on your knees.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Good. Well, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me here. In the next 30 minutes, I will share a very exciting project our group is working on recently about cause of mortality among middle-aged and older adults. This project is still at its very early stage, so any suggestions, comments are very welcome. So what we plan to do is to understand the cause of mortality in a longitudinal sample of the Chinese individuals who has been well characterized in health behaviors, their social and economic conditions, and also their living circumstances. Why we want to do this? For us who are interested in aging or who are interested in understanding the aging process, try to understand how individuals gradually develop disease, disability, lose their functioning, and ultimately die. We want to kind of like when we get to the mortality stage, we want to have some data at the individual level about their cause of death because we don't want to deal with those who die. I mean, from like a traffic accident or something else. So we want to. So what we are doing here is trying to understand their cause of mortality to study the influences of major causes of death, such as cardiovascular, cerebral vascular cancer, respiratory conditions. And once we get the cause of death, we can kind of isolate. We can only focus on these age-related chronic disease mortality and eliminate those who die from accidents and some violence. And we can also try to understand, once we get the cause, we can also understand their healthcare usage among people before they die by these causes. And of course, since we have data where we can get a lot of information about their people's health behaviors, their socioeconomic status. Before they die, we can also relate these behaviors and other characteristics, including their prior health conditions, to mortality. So why we need to do this? What HRS does now is they have a very good exit interview. And more importantly, they have a way to link their survey records to the NDI, National Death Index. So they have very good mortality data at individual level, but we don't have it in China, unfortunately. So so the more national level mortality registration and surveillance in China is not complete, and there's no way for us to link any of our individuals to this, to the data, to the national data. Here, I want to show you what exists in China now. So historically, we have two different systems. The first one started from 1950s. It's called China Vital Registration System. So by 2014, that system had 300 sites in 22 provinces in China, but mostly that system just covered the eastern and central areas in China, which are thought to be more developed in China. And the sampling, of course, that is not representative sample at all. And for the disease surveillance system started a little bit later, I mean in late 1980s. So by 2004, that system included 161 points covering about 70 million people in China. It was not a representative sample, but since 1990, they tried to move to a multi-stage stratified and clustering sampling. So very recently, since 2013, the government combined these two systems to the national mortality surveillance system. So the goal is to establish a complete vital registration and mortality surveillance system. And so it started very recently. Now, by 2013, that system covered about 24% of the Chinese total population in China. So mostly, what I want to say here is, first, we don't have a very good national registration system. Second, we don't have any data at individual level about mortality. That's the 2 points I want to make here. So I believe this system is managed by China CDC. So what do they do to determine cause of death? So for the deaths occurred in hospital, medical doctor certifies the cause of death, and then a trained coder can apply the rule of the ICD. So they assign the cause of death. And for hospitals without the capacity to do it, the CDC staff will do it. But we still have a lot of deaths in China occurred outside of the hospital. So in this case, the village health workers or some hospital staff will do a verbal autopsy. I will explain what is verbal autopsy a little bit later. And then they do a verbal autopsy interview. And then some physicians or doctors in these hospitals review their responses and then determine a cause of death. So here's what we have. So every year, China CDC releases this national level cause of death. So I show the distribution of the top 5 leading cause of death in China. Basically, there's not much difference between urban, rural, men, and women. So the top 5 we can say is cancer, heart disease, cerebral vascular disease, respiratory disease, and external cause. So at least we know something about cause of death in China, although it's not perfect. It's for all ages. It's not at individual level. But later, still, we can compare our results to these numbers from the official statistics. So the data I'm using come from the China Health and Retirement Longitudinal Study, known as CHARLS. That is a HRS sister study in China. CHARLS is a national representative sample of those who aged 45 plus in China. And there are 2 ways to collect information for each individual on their cause of death. of course, these are the information provided by the survivors. So first, we have an exit interview where the survivors report most likely cause of death. But here, when I saw this, I assume that they will give you a very okay, this person died of cancer or something. Yes, that happened a lot, and we really surprised how accurate they kind of describe what happened to that person before that person died. But also, we also see a lot of cases where the survivors just say, oh, okay, nothing happened, that person was so old, was very old, or that person went to sleep and never woke up. So the information we are kind of very surprised that the survivors actually really know a lot, no matter about it's a disease or what happened. Like they give us a very detailed description what happened to that person before the death. And also we have the verbal autopsy interview. So the CHARLS used the WHO 2012 standard questionnaire. Of course, they translated it and they did a pilot study and they validated this questionnaire. And I want to report some numbers about mortality in CHARLS. So CHARLS was started, the national baseline survey was done in 2011. I think it was 2011 to 2012, and we started from 17,700 respondents. And the second wave was done in 2013, and by that time, between the wave 1 and wave 2, actually we lost about 2,000 respondents. And actually, I think I compared the mortality data in CHARLS with our national, the numbers we get from WHO. It's kind of like after age 80, the mortality data in CHARLS are not good enough. So that is what we have. But between wave 1 and wave 2, we can identify about 431 deaths. And among those 431 deaths, we actually got 408 survivor interviews, which is pretty good. So here I show something about the district, very basic demographic information about these died people. So we see that the age at death ranges from 45 to 101. And so we have less female. Yes, of course, remember this sample of death. And see, I put education and hukou, which indicate where they were living before they died here. So now, before we go to the results, let me explain more about what is verbal autopsy. So mostly verbal autopsy is really developed by the WHO group, and they did a lot of studies in countries like Thailand, like some African countries, and I do believe that they also did something in Indonesia as well. This is so the verbal autopsy is a method that helps us understand the possible cause of death, where there is no complete coverage of vital statistics system, and maybe, of course, many deaths may occur outside of the hospital, so they are not actually documented very well. And the respondents, of course, are the survivors. They can be the caregivers, their relatives of their relatives, or their close friends, or even their neighbors. Anyone who knows that person kind of well enough can be a respondent. And the information we are collecting through verbal autopsy interviews includes signs and symptoms leading up to that death. So, traditionally, we do the verbal autopsy interview first, and physicians will review the responses and identify or assign a cause of death for that person. But so that method has been kind of criticized a lot because it's very time-consuming. It's not consistent. We cannot get the information very quickly. It takes a long time for the physicians to do the work. So recently, there are some softwares or the programs developed by WHO or other groups like a group at University of Washington. They developed some software where we can get, like we put signs of symptoms in the software, and it will give us a cause of death. How that works? So first, we know a particular, if given a particular cause of death, we know what signs and symptoms that person may have before that person die. Like if a person died from lung cancer, we know that very likely that person was a smoker. Maybe that person has some breathing problems. So it's kind of like we know the signs of symptoms, given if we know how they die or what the cause of death. So, like if we put signs and symptoms, and of course, by theoretically, we should know something about cause of death. Is the relationship is shown here. So what we need to put in the program is first we put signs and symptoms. It how many of them? 245 items. So Y is yes. Blank. See, blank is no. It's not yes. It's not just a no. It also includes don't know and missing. I want to make it very clear here. So yes is yes, but blank is not just no. It also includes don't know and missing. So you have this CSV file, and then you put it in this standard WHO format CSV file ready, and then we can do it next. So here I list some items just to give you some examples. Like first, of course, we need to know the basic demographic information about those people, including their age, gender, marital status. And also we also need to collect some information on their health, whether they have high blood pressure, whether they have diabetes before. And like see here, I also list whether that person have any breathing problems before death, whether they have a lump inside of the abdomen. And we also collect information on what happened to them before they die, such as did he or she receive or needed a blood transfusion? And did he or she receive injectable antibiotics? Those are the events. Those are the information about the events we collect. So the second thing we have to do is, this is actually, we don't need to do anything. It's a predefined conditional probabilities. So it's in the software. If you use the WHO software, I don't think you have a way to change it, because they have the WHO. They have a group of physicians. They give these probabilities. Actually, they did not give the probabilities. So they give these like A, B, C, the letter grades. So for example, here HIV, A means here A means almost, let me see, common. Sorry, I cannot really see it. Common. So if someone dies from HIV or AIDS-related problems, 50% that person is a male, 50% that person is a female. And acute means a person was ill 3 months before death. So like, and yes, very common that person was sick before 3 months before death. And like the second column, TB, of course, half of 50% that person is male, 50% that person is female. And the CHIV, see this cell here. If we think that person died of HIV, very common that person should have fever before death. And if we think that person died of TB, not very likely. It's just a B+. If that person died of stroke, the probability even goes down.
I'm not sure I read that correctly, but if you look at the last two numbers on the right
Mm?
seems to.
This
does it
one?
mean that, no, in the yellow table. So there is a C minus for elder and an A minus for infant. So does it mean that it's more likely for infant to have stroke than? So on the third column.
This one?
Right, the last two numbers on the third column. I don't understand how to read the C and the A on the elder and infant.
Sorry, maybe it's a mistake. I should check. I think it's a mistake. It's my mistake. Sorry about that. I think elderly, of course, are more likely to die from stroke than infant, right? Of course. Sorry about that. I will double check, of course. So if you use that,
I don't think cough is a common cause of death. So
which one? It's a, so this side, this side, this column, these are the symptoms and signs we collected from the verbal autopsy interview. These are the indicators we put into the program, and then we get the agent. We get what is the cause of death. That is, here is the input. Here, that side is the output. Yeah. So anyway, this is what a WHO predefined. If you use WHO software, I don't think there's a way you can change it. But someone wrote a R package, and you can, if you don't like some of the probabilities here, you may be able to. You may be able to change it. And then third is very simple. You put an indicator of the population level for the prevalence of HIV and malaria. And here is how it defined high, low, very low. And for China, HIV, we define it as low, and malaria, very low. So let's see what we get. Oh, before we see this graph, I want to say a little more about the reports. So after we get the reports from the survivors, our group sit down together, translated what they said, and then view them one by one and assign a cause to each individual according to the list of proper cause.
So they're just assigning one cause.
Actually,
so it's not a multiple cause.
There are some cases we assign multiple causes too, but not that many. Not that many.
Everybody got a primary cause.
Yeah, they get primary, but we also do secondary.
But in inter-VA,
you get 3, the most likely 3. But here I just show the most likely cause. So here is what we get. So the biggest group is the disease of circulatory systems, and then we get cancer, infectious disease, respiratory disorders, external cause, nutritional, endocrine disorders, mainly diabetes here. And so we can actually compare this to what we just saw before. This is what I showed before. So like first one, cancer, we get about 25%. But here, my total sample is about 400, and we get, for cancer, we get almost about 29%, which makes some sense because these are for all ages, and what we are doing are for older adults. We just include older adults.
What percentage of people actually died under medical care? Either in a hospital or had seen a doctor?
I don't remember that number correctly, but I will say something about that for very old people later.
Yes, on this graph, can I ask you a quick question?
Which?
Yes, this graph. So are these exhaustive? Where are the defined and unknown? Have they been redistributed proportionally?
This one, the official statistics.
Yes, so the undefined and unknown.
They have undefined and unknown. I just listed the top 5 here. Yeah, the top 5 here. No. So the biggest it seems that for the first one, circulatory diseases and cancer, it's not that different. But we get pretty large difference for these 3 groups: infectious disease, respiratory disease, and indeterminants. See this one. And so I think what happened here is the software kind of forces people to a group. If without enough evidence, that is what we are thinking. So that's why we get so few cases with indeterminate. But when we look at what actually people told us, we don't think that we have enough evidence to assign a cause of death to those people.
Is reports the verbal autopsy, the standard verbal autopsy?
Oh, the inter-VA is the standard.
So what is
Reports, that is what I said before. We ask the survivors to give us a cause of death. What do you think most likely how that person died? And this is, so we break down by age group. So this is the youngest age group. Still, infectious disease, we don't think the software give us a reasonable number of cases where they think we should believe that they die from infectious disease, because that is not a top. Infectious disease is not a top cause of death in China, we believe. And so we think that this is very problematic. And if we go to the other age group, 60 to 69, yes, we still think we get too many infectious disease. And still we get, compared to the survivors' reports, we get more cases with respiratory disorders. And the software just gave us about 4 cases with indeterminate, but when we look at the actual reports, we think we cannot assign a cause of death for about 13 people here, I believe. And then go to the next age group. Still, these 3 categories are the most problematic groups. And if we go to age 80 plus, everything is not matched that well. Especially even cancer and circulatory diseases is not that good. And so for this age group, we don't think we can give a cause of death for a lot of people in this group. But see, the software just force them to a group. Whether the software give us something reasonable or not reasonable, we are not sure. And so this is what I show here is just the marginal distributions of our results. And further, we go down to the individual level to see how many of them can actually go to the individual level. So this is for all ages. So here, this column is the inter-VA, the horizontal line is the reports. So we see that if you look at the last column, percent of match, we see that still infectious disease, and this one, nutritional and endocrine disorders, it's just because so few people are assigned to this group, so it's actually not matched very well. And also, but the software does a pretty great job to determine the external causes. That is what we see here. So we break. Now let's look at the younger ages. So first one, infectious disease again. So the inter-VA gave us, the software gave us 24 people in this group. And we further check what it really is. 6 of them are HIV-related deaths and 12 TB. We think that is too high. So if you still remember that I just said previously, we need to put set a prevalence for HIV when before we get the program run. Although WHO said it is, you have to look at the national level prevalence of HIV deaths, but we still think for this age group it's not that reasonable to set HIV prevalence as high, not very high in China. I mean in this country, and so we still think we get too many TBs. If we look at people who are older, like 70 plus, we still get this similar problem. But the problem is the other way. Like the indeterminate group, We think we are not confident enough to assign a cause of death for 90 people. But the software actually said just 3 of them should be indeterminate. So why? We actually look at the percentage of deaths at home and the percentage of people who actually went to hospital. So here I show 2 graphs. Basically, the older the respondents or the more likely they died home, and older as the age goes up, the percentage of deaths, the percentage of them went to hospital in their final days kind of goes down. So that is what we think why we get so less information from the survivors for those very old people. And also, so for the 90 people, we don't know their cause. So the software actually distribute them to like infectious disease group, cancer, circulatory disease, and also respiratory disorders. We just want to know whether it makes sense for the software to distribute them to these groups. So first we look at infectious disease. 2 of them are signed to be HIV-related deaths. We get 90B here. And we went back to their survey data, the baseline survey data. Those 32, among those 23 people, we just find 3 of them report they have cancer in baseline survey. And for the circulatory diseases, which most of them report hypertension, heart problems, and stroke before, and they are more likely to report having report having hypertension, heart problems, and stroke compared to people in this age range. And for respiratory disorders, actually our idea is to go back to the survey because we actually measure their lung function. But we had a problem because most of them are too frail to take our physical assessment in baseline. So like among these 15 people, 10 of them actually did not take physical assessments.
So we're,
Okay.
wrapping up here? Okay.
Yeah. So we are still not sure whether this VE program gives us good answer, but it seems like it is pretty good at determining external causes. But they signed too many cases into the infectious group, which cannot be true. And for the individuals at very old age, their family members or the survivors just provided so few information that we cannot determine a cause. But whether the answer from the software is correct, we still don't know, although we tried to do something. So next step, we want to look at how healthcare, whether they went to hospital, kind of affect their responses, and whether there's a difference between rural and urban. Like in urban area, people went to hospital, people go to hospital more oftenly, so they may know more. And we also want to kind of examine who provided the information, who are the survivors, what's the relationship between the survivors and the dead people, like they are the spouse, the children, or just their neighbors, whether they lived together before that person died. I think that all may affect how much they know, how much they can provide to us. Yes, that is the work we have done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Your conditional probability calculation for the verbal autopsies gives you not only a most probable cause of death, but it gives you a distribution of probabilities over other causes of death.
True.
Are you going to, or have you looked at where the reports differ? How often were the family member reports somewhere in the more plausible range, even if they disagreed on the exact cause?
Yes, for the software does give us the cause with a probability. But when we look at how they calculate it, they normalize that. We did not calculate by ourselves. The software does the work. So they give us a normalized probability. They normalize that probability. And yeah, yeah, at this stage, we haven't done any work on that. Yeah.
So this is a WHO software, right? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
So where did they, you mentioned a few countries where
Hmm?
you mentioned a few countries where it's been implemented in Asia and Africa, but none of these countries have vital statistics, and that's sort of what you're trying to get to have a map.
Yes.
Information. So did they validate that software
Yes.
in a country where there is perfect reporting of cause of death, and what did they find?
What they have already done is like of course they did the survey, and for those people they also if I remember correctly, mostly they have the physician review the verbal autopsy, and they also ask a real doctor to determine the cause of death, which they use as a gold standard. But they never. I don't think any of the validation work has been done like in a countrywide. It's just some sites. They have some sites. They did the experiments and they validated it.
I think it's primarily been used for places where mortality is high, and it's primarily for infant, child, and younger mortality. So one of the real questions here is, you've got an older sample which does have a large indeterminate group, and does it help relative to what we're learning? And so that's, because it's a big piece of the exit interview.
Yeah, I mean, and given that so many of the deaths, according to the self-report, are just unknown, I don't think there's some value in knowing some probability distribution of where those are sitting.
Yeah, so the real problem here is if we need this verbal autopsy, which means that we don't have good, gold standard, so it's very hard for us to have a gold standard to compare our results to. So we still don't know. The report give us more accurate information, or the software does a better job. We still don't know.
Good. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is part 2 of universal pension programs in Mexico. So thank you to Emma and Naram for their great presentation. The main difference is that I'm looking at a program that was rolled out sort of nationwide rather than just in the state of the Yucatan. So I'll provide a few more details about the nationwide program and how it might have differed from the one in the Yucatan, and motivate my choice of research question a little bit. Before going into a discussion about the data I use and the vital statistics, which will the data and empirical strategy, which mostly relies on the universe of vital statistics available in Mexico. And I'll discuss results for that, and then if there's time, I'll talk about some pathways from income to mortality, focusing on 2 in particular. One is consumption and diet, and the second is possible retirement transitions. And then we can have some more discussion at the end. So the main research question I was interested in answering here is, what is the effect of income from a non-contributory pension program on mortality? And we can think of a non-contributory pension program as Emma put it, a sort of unconditional cash transfer for age qualifying individuals. And there's a couple motivating points here, not to repeat too much the previous presentation, but this is a program, or an increasingly common policy response to aging in a lot of low and middle income countries where they have a large part of their workforce outside of the formal sector. But when we look at sort of cash transfers and adult mortality in low middle income countries, we also see the potential for huge improvements in mortality outcomes. But when we look at cash transfer programs in Latin America more specifically, we also see that they often associate with an increase in risk factors for chronic cardiovascular or circulatory diseases, which I sort of use interchangeably, so apologies to any clinicians in the room. But this looks at sort of BMI, prevalence of being overweight or obese, and hypertension. So empirically, it's difficult to understand how these cash transfer programs might affect mortality. And let me skip ahead to just say that early conversations with some colleagues, there was some skepticism that there was sort of more to learn about income and mortality. And I put together some estimates that we find in the published literature, and we see that there's actually quite a range, looking at adult mortality from several different types of cash transfer programs: pension income, conditional cash transfer programs, and cash transfer programs more generally. I'll point out just two, and then if there's interest, we can come back to this later during the discussion period. The first row there is a non-contributory pension program from China, which finds a huge decrease in mortality in response to their sort of rural non-contributory pension program, which suggests that we could be significantly sort of undervaluing the ROI on these types of programs, especially if older household members contribute to household production, which we know they do. And then the last line, sort of at the other end of the spectrum, takes advantage of some exogenous change in benefit calculation for Social Security in the United States, and we find a very large increase or large income mortality elasticity based off sort of small changes in income and mortality, which suggests that we should really think critically about the design of these programs, particularly for at-risk populations with unreliable access to health care.
What are the units of mortality? Is that mortality rate?
This is a percent change in mortality, so it's sometimes calculated from a mortality rate or from household surveys, however they calculated mortality rate. So to preview my results, I find a 5% increase in mortality driven by circulatory or cardiovascular diseases, and I find large increases in consumption of obesogenic foods and strong retirement transitions. So the program that I'm looking at targeted individuals 70 years of age and older who lived in communities of a certain size, which is to say it was a staggered rollout beginning in 2007. And that's what I used for my identification strategy, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. It paid 500 pesos a month every 2 months, so every 2 months you got 1,000 pesos a month, and this is slightly lower than in the Yucatan pension, which was 50 pesos more. And this is about sort of 20% of household income on average for the sample I'm looking at. As we know, other Mexican states, even aside from the Yucatan, have experimented with non-contributory pension programs as well, with different benefit schedules and also different requirements. And we know many other countries have as well. And I would point out that actually there hasn't been that many rigorous evaluations of these types of programs, particularly for their effect on mortality until very recently, I would say. So my empirical strategy sort of takes into account this sort of staggered rollout of localities. The program started in 2007 in very small rural localities. If you're unfamiliar with the context, Mexico is divided into states and then municipalities, and then under municipalities there's an administrative unit called locality. And I look at, due to sort of restrictions in my data, I'll be looking at just a sort of a subset of these very small rural localities. The program expanded again in the following year, 2008, to include slightly larger localities with populations up to 20,000. And then again in 2009, it expanded to include a set of localities with populations up to 30,000. Now, there were a couple of years before the program decided to expand once again in 2012, which gives us a nice opportunity to construct a good counterfactual to our sort of eligible or treatment localities eligible in 2007 to 2009. So using a group of localities not eligible for the program until 2012 that's sort of what I'm considering as sort of the control group of localities here. The data I use is the universe of vital statistics from Mexico available online to the public from 2002 to 2011. It sort of stops at 2002 because locality identifiers weren't available prior, and of course once we get to 2012, that's when our control group of localities became eligible for the pension program. And I combine that with sort of census records at the locality level from 2005 and 2010 to construct locality level mortality rates, basically. And the sample is limited to men and women who were 70 at the time of death, who were not enrolled in any formal insurance or social security system. So two reasons to do this. I mean, one, I think this is the population of interest, right? People who don't have access in Mexico to INS or ISSSTE, which is the sort of two dominant forms of social security, but it also allows for some sort of implicit matching between the treatment or eligible localities and the control localities as well. And I'm interested in looking at all-cause mortality, but also cause-specific mortality, which I sort of dichotomize into these circulatory or cardiovascular diseases and sort of non-circulatory, non-cardiovascular diseases. And there's sort of two reasons for that. I think one, as we all know, like there's a rise in chronic disease burden for circulatory and cardiovascular diseases in low and middle income countries. So it's important to understand their sort of antecedents and consequences. But it's also, I feel, important to look at sort of non-circulatory or non-cardiovascular diseases as well, because it sort of functions as like a placebo check for my analysis. We don't typically see a lot of movement on that margin in the literature. There's some movement, and I can think of a couple studies and we can discuss maybe later, but we wouldn't expect sort of large changes for non-circulatory, non-cardiovascular diseases. And so for me, that's including things like cancer, respiratory disease, infections, and accidents, and other indeterminate causes of death. This is going maybe a little fast. Is there any questions so far? Or should I keep going? I'll keep going. And so I'll be using sort of a difference in difference approach, and here's my estimating equation for that. I'm taking some measure of mortality, either mortality rate or log mortality rate, which is y for locality L and year t, and I'm regressing it on a fixed effect for locality, a series of year fixed effects or year dummies for across my time series, and then an interaction between these year dummies and a dummy for being eligible in 2007, 2008, or 2009. And so under the assumptions of a difference in difference model, this would be the causal effect of the program on mortality. And so the coefficients of interest are going to be these sets of coefficients. This is like maybe a little different from what we usually see for a difference in difference model, which just might interact sort of post-treatment to identify effect. I like this for a couple different reasons. It doesn't assume a constant effect over the treatment period, and it has sort of a nice visual confirmation of parallel trends in mortality. And so I weight the model by the locality eligible population, and the usual caveats for standard errors. They're heteroscedastic robust, and they're clustered at the locality level. Yeah?
Did you control for urban versus rural localidades?
Well, I think in Mexico, rural is defined as 2,500 or fewer, so that would be the eligible in 2007 group. So within that, we couldn't control for rural status.
Yeah, but the population density is very different in urban areas compared to rural ones.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah. So I mean, I do test, the robustness to a vector of controls, which isn't written in the estimating equation. It's robust to that, but maybe something to add is to look at sort of population density, sure. And I also test the sort of robustness to alternate fixed effect specifications, like a municipality year fixed effect, for example, which would control for time-varying factors at the municipality level, which is sort of the government level that would preside over localities, things like municipality spending, for example, and time-varying controls. So I'm going to skip over, in the interest of time, some sort of sample characteristics about these localities, and show you some descriptive statistics about mortality and then my estimates from this main equation, if that's okay. I'm happy to, please interrupt if you have any questions about that, or I'm happy to go back to it. So here's some descriptive statistics about mortality over the time series that I look at, and what you'll see right away is a huge, very dramatic increase in all-cause mortality for localities eligible in 2007 and 2008 in the treatment period, and maybe a little movement for localities eligible in 2009. So while I don't have sample, statistics about these localities, let me just mention that, these localities eligible in 2009 are richer. There's a higher penetration of sort of formal pension systems, lower indigenous population, and slightly higher education. And we see this for sort of circulatory, yeah.
Quick question, in the previous figure, I see that some of the peaks in mortality are happening right at the time when homicide mortality peaked in Mexico.
Okay, yeah.
So I just wonder how much of that increase in mortality, is driven by this.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe we could look at the next slide, and we see the same sort of pattern for circulatory and non-circulatory diseases. So non-circulatory would account for things like a big increase in homicide. I think maybe you're in referencing to some of the drug violence in 2011. Yeah, so I guess that would be picked up in sort of non-circulatory diseases. And that sort of touches upon why I think non-circulatory is sort of a placebo check, because you don't want to accidentally attribute, deaths due to violence to this program. Yeah, sorry.
So if you're looking just at the 2007 series, you might conclude that there's an effect, positive increase in mortality, but it seems that the people that were eligible in 2008 actually experienced that same rise, but the year before they were actually eligible for the program.
let's see, in 2008, I think they start right in the year that they're eligible.
So it's the thicker dashed line, right? That's the
Yeah. So in 2007, there is a bit of a lag. So the program started actually in the second half of 2007, like May or June, versus 2008, it started right away.
No, I'm saying for the 2008 population, they actually see that same spike in mortality, but the year before they were ever eligible for the program. Right? Is that my interpretation?
2007 to 8.
I'm seeing, so 2008 is when it starts for 2008, which is
Yeah, so I mean it's shooting up between 2007 and 2008 for the line that's labeled 2008 eligible. So we would only, if it was really a spike in.
yeah, between 2000, like this is for all the average in 2007, not eligible. This is the first year they're eligible.
Yeah.
But between 2007 and 2008, there's a spike in the for the series that's labeled 2008 eligible.
Yeah.
There's that similar spike between 2007 and 2008, the year preceding.
Those are just joining.
Those are just joining.
Points, two annual data points.
Right.
So the
Ah,
2008 is a summary of mortality across all of 2008.
I see.
So it's actually.
But to that point, something you could be worried about is sort of like how strict, like how do you have to sign up the program with like some valid ID that shows where you live. Depending on how well that was enforced, and there could have been some contamination. Like people in 2008 could have said, oh yeah, I'm really eligible. I can't really speak to how much that happened, but I guess it's something to be concerned about. And if you look at sort of the estimates from the estimating equation, you see a similar pattern. So I'm switching now from levels to logs. And what you'll probably notice is a big increase in sort of circulatory or cardiovascular diseases, but also a big increase in non-circulatory, non-cardiovascular diseases as well. Three things to point out. One is we see this beginning in 2007, right, but also 2006. So in 2006, under Vicente Fox, he had a lot of political pressure to start his own sort of non-contributory pension program, and he did so with a benefit amount that was about half the size of the Vicente Mas program I look at, and only for aging individuals or age-qualifying individuals who lived in Progreso Oportunidades eligible households. And that program was sort of later rebranded under different political leadership, to my understanding, as the Asistente Mas program. And then in 2003, 4, and 5, you don't see any statistically significant difference is between mortality or by disease. And you see the same thing, and this is sort of for all-cause mortality, you see a pretty remarkable 17% increase. And I'll have a comment about why I think this is so large in just a few slides. But let me show you for 2008, we see roughly the same pattern. And then for 2009, I would say inference is a little limited here. We have large standard errors, a smaller sample, take-up was much lower in this program. So in the first sort of 2 waves of the program, you could say take-up was pretty high. Cedesol says it's 100%, which is maybe not quite as credible as some of the estimates that Emma and Hiram had, around maybe 90%. And take-up in 2009 was around 40%. Wasn't well publicized for localities eligible in 2009. Higher penetration of formal pension programs could have crowded out participation in this program. There's a variety of reasons. And so you get really huge income mortality elasticities, much bigger than what we saw before. Not peerless, but pretty large. This is particularly remarkable to me because of this sort of unprecedented increase in non-circulatory or non-cardiovascular diseases as well, which I had been thinking of as sort of a placebo check. And so one hypothesis that I have here is that there were some changes in reporting behavior of deaths spurred by participation in the program. In particular, someone familiar with the program told me that surviving family members were awarded a lump sum amount equal to some months of the pension program when they reported a death as a way to sort of hem Social Security fraud, basically. So you had a large incentive to report, when your grandmother died, for example. And so deaths could have been reported when they might not otherwise have been, reported in a more timely manner, or reported to a medical authority who could have made a more accurate cause of death determination. And so I'm going to limit my analysis. I'm glossing over some details here, but I'm happy to come back to it or answer questions. Limit my analysis to locality year observations where I feel there was good reporting, which is mainly where there's a smaller lag of death between the date the death occurred and the date the death was reported, and where there's some contact with a medical personnel who can determine cause of death more accurately than someone without sort of proper training in pathology. So one critical issue here is to be careful that I'm not selecting a group or observations, localities, that have a sort of a different distribution of cause of death. And so you can test for that, and I do, and there's no sort of selection on cause of death by reporting quality. Yeah, Josh?
So the issue is that there could be a temporal change within place. That's what could be causing this, is that?
A temporal change in what?
Sorry, you report, if you report deaths 2 weeks earlier, faster.
Yeah.
After the program goes in, it's gonna make mortality skyrocket.
He's talking about the distribution of causes of death between
Right, no,
certain.
but what you were talking about earlier about,
Reporting when you might.
reporting, if on average people are reported as dying a little bit sooner.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be a change within place. When you put in the program, people are gonna start.
Reporting.
What you're doing here is you're saying some places are good and some places are bad. But the artifact that's introduced here is a change within place, isn't it? So how do you detect whether things are whether reporting is changing within a place?
So like within a locality, how am I deciding when reporting? Distinguishing.
You're limiting your analysis.
Yeah.
There's some areas where it seems like there's good reporting, and some areas where it's not so good reporting.
Okay.
But the issue is change within an area that's going to cause the.
He's not looking at the change in underreporting of mortality. He's using this as a marker for where there's good cause of death coding.
Yes, but why do you think that where there's good reporting, there's not going to be much change? Is that the argument?
Yeah, I'm saying localities where there's been typically good reporting. I think like, so why did I choose like?
Is this just less scope for that kind of variation?
I'm saying I think those are localities where there's good reporting. They would like. The incentive to report deaths wouldn't have as big an effect, right? Because people are already reporting deaths, and the cause of death determination is pretty accurate, or as accurate as could be already. Versus localities where there's bad reporting, there's going to be a huge change in what we observe in the death certificates that could be attributable because this incentive to report had such a big effect, not because of some physiological process in response to income. Does that maybe?
Okay. You're saying you think the good areas are so good that there's just not much room for this effect to happen.
Yeah. Maybe we can talk after if I'm not understanding your question.
Is there any fine for late reporting or?
Not that I know of.
The issue's not, is it late reporting or is it just deaths going unreported or reported?
I would say both. I mean, if a death is reported very late, I would imagine it's difficult to make a cause of death determination. It might not be reported.
Some of this is also just basic underreporting.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, if you look at the overall all-cause mortality rate in the sort of good reporting localities, which I come up with basically sort of, I'll say more about it since there's some questions, a Z-score using some metadata from death certificates. So that, the date lag, who signed off on, and who signed off on the death certificate, basically. And I take the top half of the sample of the Z-score, the upper half of the Z-score, so the good reporting localities. So it could be both of those, yeah. And so let me just show you, and then I guess we can jump to questions because my 20 minutes are up. But once you account for that, you'll see that we see almost no increase or a very small and significant increase in these sort of non-circulatory, non-cardiovascular diseases, and possibly a more reasonable increase in circulatory diseases as well. And you could even go further to include some time-varying controls at the locality or municipality level and totally account for this non-circulatory diseases, although you get really huge standard errors here. So that's something I can work on, I think, in the future. And you see the same pattern. So for all-cause mortality, it's between 6 and 7% for these localities eligible in 2007. And so localities eligible in 2008 now, you see roughly a similar pattern, an increase in sort of circulatory cardiovascular diseases, and an insignificant and very small increase in non-circulatory, non-cardiovascular diseases, which again you could sort of account for with time-varying controls, but the issue here is we just blow up our standard errors where it's not really useful. So this leads to sort of a 5 to 6% increase in all-cause mortality, and then for 2009, we don't see a lot of change here. So let me sort of summarize. Well, I have some sort of interesting heterogeneity. Do I have time to talk about this? 1 minute, okay. To look at sort of states with high versus low levels of sort of cardiovascular disease risk factors. So using NSANUT, which is like the Mexican NHANES, which is nationally representative at the state level, identify states or regions that have high sort of chronic circulatory disease burden, and we would hypothesize here that these states would have a higher mortality effect of the income on mortality than these sort of low risk burden states, and that's indeed sort of what we find here. If we just look at 2007, 2008, we have high and low sort of disease risk states, and we see the effect is driven by these sort of high risk states. Higher levels of diabetes, hypertension, or obesity determined both by self-report and both by biomarkers as well. And so what you see is a much more reasonable increase in mortality, I would say, that sort of fits with that within the estimates from Table 1. So sort of around 0.16 or 0.26, right? And a 5 to 7% increase in mortality. And sort of, I'll just preview some next steps. I look at sort of consumption of obesogenic foods and retirement transitions. So there's a lot of literature around sort of retirement transitions, which suggests that can be a risk factor for mortality. And what I think that's particularly important is because the magnitudes of that effect are quite large. So 10 to 15% right away within 1 year, versus I'm a little unclear myself on sort of like what's a clinically meaningful increase in obesogenic food consumption that would contribute to sort of mortality risk, a meaningful sort of physiological change in mortality risk, and I'd love feedback, about that. So I think I'll stop there and see if anyone has any questions. Yeah.
I'm not very familiar with Mexico per se, but you think there's a migration going on in which there are towns that haven't introduced and the people kind of were incentivized to move to places where now there's pension systems.
Yeah, so that's possible. I don't think there's a lot of migration at this age group, and let me also say something about sort of household size and household composition, because there was some comments about that earlier. So I don't see a lot of change in household size, which differs a little bit with, I think, what Emma and Haram found, or like sort of the generation grouping that are found in households. And I don't see a lot of change in migration. So I guess if you migrate, you have to get a new ID card to say you now live in somewhere that's eligible. So that might be somewhat difficult to do, or a disincentive to do that. Yeah, Josh.
Is this like a Soviet, post-Soviet, just alcohol availability type of thing? I mean, the 12-month lag. I don't see people getting fat and getting heart attacks in 12 months. Right. But I definitely see a kind of payday alcohol.
And drive.
Yeah, so I mean, I think like in the United States, there's some interesting work on income and mortality about that. So one study from like Snyder and Evans, this group has done a lot about income and mortality in the United States. They find, for example, increases in mortality sort of right after payday. What's really interesting about this is it's not limited to things like getting drunk and getting in an accident. It's also cardiovascular diseases. So.
But I think a non-circulatory could be immediate drinking and driving.
That's a good point.
One way to look at it, if you could separate men and women, I think women would be much less likely to do that.
So on that point, I do look by gender, and I actually don't find a difference in the effect for.
I guess what other pathways are there that you think act so quickly with income?
I would say retirement transitions. So here's an example of some sort of mortality changes from papers that have looked at the retirement transitions, and you see there's certainly some evidence that it's protective, but a lot of evidence that it could be really harmful. And this happens within 1 year. So it's a gamble, I guess. So what's interesting about this is it's all from sort of high middle income countries. We don't have a lot of evidence about work transitions for older individuals at low middle income countries. There's some evidence now coming from Peru that sort of suggests that the retirement transition may be harmful. Yeah.
So I'm not super familiar with retirement transitions. What's the pathway between retirement and sharp increases in cardiovascular?
I think there's a lot of good guesses out there, but there's some literature. There's a good sort of social science and medicine paper from Maria Glymour, who's at UCSF, which finds a huge increase in chronic disease prevalence following retirement. And so all of these studies take make some attempt to sort of deal with the endogeneity of retirement transitions and health status, but she finds like a 40% increase in cardiovascular disease prevalence following retirement within a year with
Yeah,
HRS
it has to
data.
do with psychological well-being.
And now,
Not all retired adults get depressed after they retire. A lot of them live happily ever after, but some of them struggle a lot with the transition from one another. And so there's some literature to support.
40%
Yeah,
sounds
stress
like
in
they
the household.
just
Yeah,
had
yeah,
to go to the doctor, get it diagnosed.
yeah.
Just to follow up a little bit on the questions, I think, and this is coming from a different perspective, is maybe the labels that you're using are leading you to think or to look for things that might not be there.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is when you look at cardiovascular diseases and usually how we group diseases, you have to be careful because heart attack is not there, and that's the #1 killer from the cardiovascular point of view, right?
Right.
Hypertension is there,
Mhm.
but that's a chronic condition. Hypertension doesn't kill.
Okay.
Hypertension
I see.
increases the risk for heart attack and stroke, and those kill.
Right.
Diabetes, same issue. Diabetes, unless you get glucose of 720, you could die from that, but usually it's the long-lasting effect of diabetes on other things that kills you, right?
Yeah.
So it could be, and obesity, same thing, right? Obesity increases the risk for all the other things that we just discussed. So maybe when you label it, you're trying to look for things that you actually don't want to look for, and you might be looking at other things.
Okay.
And the same thing could happen when you divide the cardiovascular versus the non-cardiovascular. Yuan made a great point. If you're looking at peaks of violence, and you see that in Colombia, where you had eras of violence, if you take those deaths out, then you can tease whether this is an effect. Because, so if you're walking down the street and a drug dealer kills you, it doesn't matter whether you received the money or not.
Right.
Because that doesn't count towards
Right,
that.
exactly.
So if you take those out and you still see the same things, then there are other questions that you might need to ask to see what's actually going on.
Okay, so maybe, yeah, so you could say, you could split up the non-circulatory diseases. So
Because non-circulatory is anything from cancer to violence, and
yeah.
that makes it a huge
So I do that, it's just not in these slides. So I look at infections, accidents, I see like a small increase there, I see an increase for cancer, I see a big increase for sort of other, well not big, but proportionate I guess, other undeterminate, and also for respiratory diseases too. So yeah, but that's a great point.
Great, but
Yeah.
it may be how you're framing it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone.
Need to move on, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Hi everyone, my name is Chi-Tsun Chiu from Academia Sinica in Taiwan. The topic I'll talk about today is educational differences on healthy life expectancy and mortality comparison in Taiwan. I think everyone already heard a lot about education and health, so I will skip that. And Nikkil already presented a lot of things on this. Yeah, I'll just briefly talk about it. And the study on education and health relationship in Asian context are limited, and the result is mixed. And for example, in Taiwan, education was linked to the onset of functional limitation, but later on the recovery. That's from Zach Zimmer's paper. Japan, Sato's paper, little effect on disability and mortality transition. Philippines, from Gray's paper, education did not seem to possess any significant impact on health and mortality transition. In China, no strong association between education and the dynamics of disability among Chinese oldies all. Indonesia, there was no strong association between education and mortality. And the significant association between education and the likelihood of being functionally healthy only exists among men who were functionally healthy at the baseline. So from the Asian studies, the findings on effect of education on health and mortality are often unclear or mixed, and do not provide the conclusive evidence as the Western country. So I want to do the I want to look at the Taiwan data and in terms of healthy life expectancy to see if there's educational differences. So this is my assumptions. With more education, individuals living longer, healthier, and experience more compressed mortality than those with less education. At higher level of education within a population, deaths are redistributed from younger to older ages compared to the less educated group. The data uses Taiwan longitudinal study in Asian, TELSA. There are 6 waves from 1989 to 2007. And the baseline sample is age 60 and above, but they refresh sample in 1996 and 2003 with the younger cohorts. The baseline sample size is around 4,000. This is clear. And 3 cohorts. The baseline cohort is 60 and above. And the second cohort in 1996, they refresh the sample with the people with people aged 50 to 66, and the third cohort in 2003 is aged 50 and 56. The data is representative from all, not only from the older people living in the community, but also the people living in the old age house, nursing home, and the long-term hospital. So it's fully representative. Okay, the death is identified at death registry and through the checking of respondents. So the death information is really good in the data set. And in order to get the full data, the death information I use is from the full wave, 1989 to 2007. But the health, because the first wave, the baseline wave, the health information is not complete. For example, the ADL, only 1 item in the first wave. So I have to use the second wave up to the 6th wave. So ADL 5 items, and functional limitation 8 nagi item, and major chronic conditions 5 items. Cancer, diabetes, heart problem, respiratory problem, and stroke. Education group. There are 3 educational group. No formal education. 1 to 6 year education. 7+ years of education. And I include ethnicity. This one is very important in Taiwan. The situation is different. These people are, when they move to Taiwan, these people are, most of them are young men. And they moved from mainland China to Taiwan between the 1978 and 1951, and after Chinese Revolution. And they are, their health and mortality profiles is compared to the non-mainlander group is better because they are better educated, and also they most likely to get a job that have the health insurance covered. And this is important because at that moment we don't have national health insurance. Okay. Mortality comparison. And this is from Brown and Dustin Brown's demography paper. This is an infant and child death, and this area is premature death. The one I focus is this area, but this one is called normal death. It's mostly due to the agent, and because the sample I use is 60 and above, there are some premature deaths. So that's why I focus on the death after the mold. and when the assumption is when people, and my assumption is when people with more education, the deaths will distribute from this area to this area, shift to the right. So they are more compressed. So the value of the standard deviation after mode will be smaller. That's my assumption. So far, any question? No. The method I use is prevalence-based lab table. That's Sullivan's method. To get the confidence interval, I use bootstrap. Size is 300. All analysis is stratification by sex, and age, education, and Melander as a covariate. Okay. To get the prevalence probability, I use logistic. The first one is age and education as covariate, as stratification by sex. And the second one includes Melander, and also stratification by sex. The unhealthy status is defined by, because I include 3 health measures, ADL, functional limitation, and major chronic conditions. I look at them separately. So if people have any ADL disabilities, or any functional limitation, or any major chronic conditions. So in each stage, I look at them separately. In each state, they are unhealthy. If they don't have any ADL item healthy in one analysis, if they don't have any functional limitation or any neg items, it's healthy in one analysis. And if they don't have any major chronic condition, it's healthy in one analysis. I use campus model to calculate the all-cause mortality and to get the total life expectancy. And the model age, the calculation of model age is, I use Canisto's 2001 paper. And to get standard deviation above the mode, I use Chang's paper and 2005 paper. And this is the result. This is total life expectancy compared to the vital statistics. This is the vital statistic, 1989. That's the midpoint of 1989 to 2007. In the vital statistics, the men's total life expectancy is around 19 years, and my estimation is 19.2. It's quite close. And women is 29, about almost 22. My estimation is 22.15. Because the sample is complete, is nationally representative. So that's why the estimation will be very close. Okay. I only show the, because the result is a lot, so I only show the men's result. I didn't show the women's result, but the patterns are the same. For total life expectancy, men with no education compared to the men with the highest education group, the difference is significant. 18.4 years compared to 21.2 years. So we can see the educational differences. And healthy life expectancy. And the life expectancy this is life expectancy without any ADL disability. And this is unhealthy life expectancy, is life expectancy with any one of the 5 ADL items. And for unhealthy part, they are very similar, almost the same. But for the healthy part, men with 0 years of education, the healthy life expectancy is 16.7 years. It's significantly lower compared to the 7+ years. This is almost 20 years. The difference is significant. And healthy life expectancy in terms of functional limitation, we can see the educational differences. 8.8 years for the 0 year for the men with no education, compared to 12.4 years for the men with 7+ years, and no significance in unhealthy unhealthy life expectancy. Major chronic conditions, we can still see the educational difference, 11.2 compared to 12.8. If we then I consider the ethnicity, non-Melander and Melander. Within each ethnic groups, we can still find educational differences. The man who is non-Melander and no formal education, the total life expectancy is 18.1 year, and compared to the non-Melander men, with a year 7+ years, with education 7+ years, the total life expectancy is 20.6. The difference is significant, and so does the man that is Melander. We can still see educational difference, and that is significant. Any questions so far? Okay. And healthy life expectancy in terms of ADL. After consider the ethnic group, the healthy life expectancy for 0 year is 16.5, and for the highest education group is 19 years. The difference is significant. And for the Melander, men no formal education, healthy life expectancy in terms of age without any ADL item is 17.5 years, and for the highest education group is 20.1 years, and the difference is significant. The healthy life expectancy in terms of functional limitation, 8.8 years versus 12.3 years. The difference is statistically significant. Same for the Melander. We can still see the educational differences. Okay. So chronic condition. Men, non-Melander, and no formal education. The healthy life expectancy 11.2 years, and the highest education group is 12.9 years. The difference is significant, and so does the non-Melander, and so does the Melander, 10.9 years versus 12.5 years. The difference is significant. Okay, let's move to model age at death, and also the standard deviation above the mole. Men with no education, the model age of death is around 80 years. And the highest education group, the model age of death, 84 years. The difference is significant. However, the standard deviation above the mole, they are very similar. There's no educational difference. If we consider the ethnicity, we can still see the educational difference, but however, there's no differences in standard deviation above the mole. So that means the distribution is shift to the right. The shape is very similar. Okay, conclusion. Compared to older Taiwanese with less education, those with more years of education, even after consider the ethnicity, they live longer in terms of total life expectancy and model age of death, and also they live healthier. They have higher healthy life expectancy in terms of ADL, disability, functional limitation, and major chronic conditions. But however, I don't find any significant evidence on mortality comparison. So, although education may have different meanings in Taiwanese and Western contexts, as education increases, individuals gain access to more types of resources that stem from education, and education does allow for the augmentation of life chances. Thank you.
It looked like the zero education year results were very similar to the 1 to 6.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what proportion of the population were in each of those 3 education
You want
groups.
to take?
I hope.
Yeah. That's a distribution.
Um,
Yeah. For men and different education group.
so they're pretty evenly distributed.
Yeah. But because the men and the mostly men, the women's size is sample size is small.
Yeah. So the real benefit though is above primary. Do you have the sort of early childhood condition types of indicators that you can?
I'm not sure, but I think so. Yeah.
That's what it sort of looks like in some ways.
Yeah.
I think that would be really interesting to tease out how much that education effect could be.
So you mean like a control for those early childhood education? Okay.
It almost seemed like there wasn't a difference from 0 to 1 to 6 throughout.
Yeah,
I
right.
wonder
Yeah.
if you could just make it easier by making 2 categories.
Well, I think it's interesting that
I
the
guess.
0
I guess it
to 6,
depends
but
what it means.
yeah. I mean, it
There's
is
a lot of-
6 completed primary or 7 completed primary?
6 is complete. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a whole range there of people only got 1 year, and then some
Yeah.
people who completed primary, and you don't know what the mean education was within that range. So,
Yeah, I didn't check the mean age. Yeah, I didn't check the mean. But the 6 is considered as complete. Yeah.
So the age distribution looks like the same for people who migrate from mainland and
The people who migrate from mainland, they are young at that time. It's very young. They are mostly soldiers.
I mean the age distribution, their age in terms of their age in your sample, like is that think those who migrate from mainland should be older? Do you think? Because they migrate mainly.
Might be healthier.
Yeah, you said between 19. It's around 1950, right?
Yeah, around
Happened
1950, yes.
1950. If they can migrate there, like they should be at least 20,
Yeah,
or
because they are soldiers. And they survive. Survive from the war. Yeah.
So they're healthy soldiers.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, yeah, but so then that group of migrants, do you really have enough age variation to estimate these models? Like, do you have a lot of, people who were in their, this would have been people who were in their 40s who made that migration, that you're using their value, their transition probabilities to estimate these models? You probably have, I just don't know, do you have very few people at
Not
the
many
range? Do you
people.
have like a big clump of people in a small age range that you're then sort of extrapolating to really thin tails?
like I assume this group of people, you should have a lot of people migrate around their 20s. They are the soldiers.
Yeah.
And you should have some people who are at older age, but they are like high CS people. They are governors or highly educated professors. That is what I
just wonder if there's some kind of heterogeneity, like age heterogeneity, and within that group that just a thought of something to check out.
I didn't check, but yeah, that makes sense. And because the sample size is not big, so I didn't use the transition base. I used Collins method, Solomon method. So there's no transition. And also I put male ethnic group and education group as a covariance. Yeah, because the sample size, especially for the woman.
I forgot
So
which method.
the woman who can come at that moment, most of them are family member.
Yeah. Okay.
So if they can come, that means his husband, her husband is different.
Yeah.
This is just a suggestion, but I think it would be interesting to include the women soldiers here because.
Women soldier?
Yeah, because I think the parent education distribution between non-mainlander and mainlander is opposite for women, but for men is kind of similar. So I wonder if the same trend, as you said, is observed. I wonder if the if the gap between the 0 year and the 7+ years will be bigger or slower among women?
So this, you say this is for women soldier, or women also?
Result. Yeah,
Oh,
the
women
leaders,
result, okay.
Yeah, for the
Gotcha.
leaders, because you only presented men, and it was basically the same story from beginning to the end. But if you also have the woman there, then you will also be able to see if the gap between the 0 years and 7+ years is similar between man and woman as well.
Yeah, the overall pattern is similar, very similar.
Yeah, but it would be
Yeah,
interesting
I know,
to see because the education distribution is quite different for women between non-main and main members. Because you have more for 0 year for non-main members, but not that many for the main members. But for men, the trend of the distribution is kind of similar between non-main members and main members. So that's why I was thinking.
Well, just in terms of the mechanisms, when I think of just these ecological cross-national comparisons across countries, and this is, again, somewhat similar to South Korea, you're seeing these educational gradients in a place where there's excellent access to healthcare, right? It's highly equitable. On most of this period, they have universal healthcare, and there's very low obesity in this population. So there's, we don't see this sort of nutritional transition, raising the mortality of the higher educated groups. So I'm wondering what kind of mechanisms you think might be operating here. What one could test, aside from the early childhood.
I don't think it's an aside from. I think it really is early childhood, and we have not given that enough weight in most of the work that we've done because we've been looking at places where circumstances were changing very rapidly and were very differential in terms of medical care and things. So I think, and many of us all changed at the same time period from Europe to the U.S., so we have not actually recognized the effect of the early childhood changes as much as we should have. So I think this might be what it is.
It's really interesting for next year.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thanks to Will and to Liz and Eileen for giving me an opportunity to speak at this forum. And special thanks to Rajan and Saito and Sunita. I guess I'm kind of more the analytical person here. They're the ones who've been doing the groundwork and getting the survey together and the data set per se. So I'm from Duke US Medical School for the Center for Aging Research and Education. I'm talking about Kerala, India, which is a relatively unique state in India in terms of its demographic profile, in terms of its literacy status, and therein talking about active life expectancy and differences by social class. And I'll get to social class part in a while. So that's the introduction, a bit about health expectancy. I guess that's the introductory slide. I don't think I need that for this audience. And then I move on to some demographics, what is known about health expectancy in a short slide, and then kind of mostly social class being treated in this context as caste or tribe or social caste, not simply just socioeconomic status, and then kind of the regular sections of the paper. So kind of just briefly, kind of there's life expectancy, which most of us have been talking about, and then Collin, of course, talked about the health expectancy part, the disability, and the with disability life expectancy. And of course, then you have the absolute and the relative terms for both of them. And there's increasing interest globally in tracking not only life expectancy, but health expectancy, both for kind of assessing the population, tracking it over time, and comparing across populations. So Kerala, that's India. That's the Indian map. And the Pakistani map is slightly different, but I'm from India, so that's the Indian map. So and that's Kerala there at the bottom, and it's kind of landlocked at the top, and then there's kind of the ocean down south. So that's Kerala. In terms of indicators, so the second column is more kind of the Indian indicators for the overall for India, and then we have the indicators in Kerala. And if you see, for most of kind of the indicators that indicate development, it's doing really well. It has the lowest IMR. It has the highest literacy rate for both above 60 years. And here literacy is from the census. We define ability to read and write with understanding. So that's the definition. And then the life expectancy from the latest life tables is around 74.9 years, the highest for Kerala and the second highest at 60. Interestingly, the highest state in India with life expectancy is Jammu and Kashmir now. So except for birth, they have the highest life expectancy at every year because IMR is high in Jammu and Kashmir. So that I guess is kind of surprising, but it's kind of overall doing quite well. So that's the story. And in terms of population, India is relatively young. I would say it's around 8.5% of the population is 60 years and above. Kerala is relatively older compared to the rest of India, 12.5%. But of course, India is the second most populous country, so you have 104 million older people living in India. However, kind of health expectancy research in context of the elderly has not really kept pace with the magnitude of the elderly in India. It's relatively sparse. I would maybe place a wager on it, less than 10 peer-reviewed publications, I would say, solely from India. I mean, it has comparative work that's done by big groups, but solely kind of from India. And most of it is more in conference presentations rather than peer-reviewed publications. And most of it is interestingly from Kerala, thanks to Saito partially. They of course define health in different ways, as is an issue with a lot of health expectancy work, for good or for bad. And most of them just utilize the Sullivan's method because of lack of longitudinal data, and therefore they're restricted to calculate health expectancy by the life tables, which are usually available by gender, sex, or by place of residence. So in terms of other socioeconomic indicators, that's usually not available. The caste system, if you're not very familiar with it, so it's something that has been around in India since 3000 BC. There was a guy called Manu. He wrote a book called Manu Smriti, and that kind of laid out how you should behave in public. It was kind of, and the whole concept was that you develop from God, and those who came from the kind of the brain of the God are the Brahmins, the kind of the upper castes, and then people who are kind of going down to the feet, and those who are kind of didn't really come from God, who are the outcasts. And that has been around for a while for sure, and it has dictated hierarchy in the population. It's a closed system. You're born into it. And you kind of, and where it's very strong, you're kind of labeled for it once you're born into a particular caste. And interestingly, it hasn't really gone away. So the CEO of Infosys, who was previously on the governing board of SAP, he is now being cornered in India for some kind of reasons. He's Indian by descent. He's an American citizen now. And in his defense, he said, no. I am a Kshatriya, the second caste there. I will fight against all this. So interestingly, he had to kind of bring his caste into the whole debate, which kind of points to that. I mean, I don't know, he makes $1 billion or something. But then he had to bring his caste into the whole debate, which is kind of interesting as a point. Of course, I mean, it's not, and it has kind of toned down over time. It was much more ingrained in the Indo society, say, before independence. After independence, at least the constitution banned caste discrimination. There's affirmative action for what is called as scheduled castes. I'll just call them SC for short, giving them quotas in government educational institutes and government jobs. Simultaneously, there was recognition that there are indigenous groups of people who, say, live in isolated communities, mostly in the forested areas, in the northeast and other parts of the country, who have their own language, their own culture, their own rules and regulations, and mostly socioeconomically deprived. So they were recognized as scheduled tribes. And then the last one is more political. Around 1990s, there was a big political movement. People said, well, I want a job now, so let's raise an agitation for my community to be recognized as an other backward class. So there's a third group called OBCs. And in some states, so most of these the SC would be mostly Hindu by religion, but the other backward classes, interestingly, also in some of the states, including Kerala, all Muslims are classified as OBCs, and most of the Christians are classified as OBCs. So there's kind of an interplay between religion and kind of denomination, etc., going on. So that's kind of the overall background of how social class has been. In terms of research, not much, but there have been few papers coming out, mostly from S.V. Subramanian's group over at Harvard, taking cross-sectional national data and linking it with health outcomes using the NFHS, the DHS data sets. And they've seen that if you belong to a disadvantaged caste, mostly an SC or a ST caste, then you're more likely to have disability, defined variously, mortality, more smoking and alcohol consumption, anemia, childhood undernutrition. But at the same time, you have kind of lower odds of chronic diseases, and that's based on measured variables, so not self-report, because of course the socially advantaged ones have more access to healthcare, and therefore they might be more likely to report if you just ask. So, but even based on objective measurements, they have higher diseases and they have lower access to healthcare. And so that's kind of the overall situation. So given this overall context, Kerala is an interesting state to study all this. First of all, it has a highest life expectancy kind of at birth, and the second highest now at age 60. So people are living long enough for us to study this interesting phenomena there. Is there any difference by caste? There has been a strong history of the caste system as in other places, and currently there is social stratification by caste. There are around 80 SC, ST castes, around 85 OBC castes, and the rest which are not listed, there's a formal list that's available on the website. The formal, if you're not listed, you belong to what is called the general, sometimes they call it the forward caste, which I disagree with, but they're called kind of the general caste. It has been a state in which there has been a long history, so it has been the only state where a communist government has been in power since independence, given a few years here and there where the Congress came in. But it has been largely communist and very kind of social in outlook, and therefore it has had egalitarian policies, whether it's translated to the ground or not. And therefore, if you find any differences by caste in that state, it's like a canary in the coal mine, then you're likely to have bigger differences elsewhere. So that's why it also kind of is an interesting place to study it. And of course, there has been this affirmative action in terms of literacy, education, jobs, etc. for a long time. So does this still play a role or not? And the final reason to study is I have data from there, and longitudinal data. And I think now LASI, of course, will have national data. But other than that, I'm not aware of kind of big statewide longitudinal surveys of the elderly in India. So the primary aim that we have here is to assess for differences in various aspects of life expectancy and health expectancy by caste among older people in Kerala. And I hypothesize that at age 60, those who belong to the disadvantaged social castes will have lower life expectancy and lower absolute life expectancy, but also lower absolute inactive life expectancy because they have lower access to healthcare, therefore they may die early. The secondary aim is to see if the differences are maintained across sex and education. And I'm particularly interested in education and before, so I got the education data at like 4 in the morning. So I didn't have it till now. So my thought was, as you become more educated, the differences will become lower. I mean, that's the whole point of giving kind of reservations and making people go to school, preferences and reserving quotas in schools. The data that I use is called the Kerala Aging Survey. Started in 2004. 4 waves have been conducted since, every 3 years. The 5th, I understand, is just going on. It's a statewide survey covering all districts of the state. The foundation was by Rajan and Zakaria, who did the Kerala Migration Survey. And in that, all the 10,000 households that were covered in 2003 in the Kerala Migration Survey, because there's a big chunk of the population that migrates to the Middle East for work. And so that was the primary reason for that. But they realized there were a lot of elderly who were left behind. So then they approached these elderly and they were enrolled in the first wave. I don't have a clear sense of the response rate. It's above 90% from conversations, but I don't have an actual number about how many of the KMS folks were converted into the KS respondents. So at baseline, there were 4,940 respondents, majority being women as expected for individuals age 60 and above. And that's kind of the pattern. So there were people who were followed up and those who were interviewed, those who died, and then who were untraceable for that round. And then in the next wave, the untraceable were tried to contact them again. So some of the untraceable then moved to the interviewed part. So it's not that they were forever lost to follow-up. So instead of lost to follow-up, I'm just putting untraceable for that wave. So that's the overall distribution. These are not final numbers. There may be a few changes here and there. I think we're still kind of cleaning up the final data. So activity was defined based on ADLs, ability, self-report of assistance or no assistance in 5 activities of daily living. That's the caste distribution. The overall proportion, if you see the SC/ST proportion in the general population in Kerala as per the census is around 11%. But here it was around 3% 2004, so there may be some underreporting going on. And then we have the other groups, and then we have the general category, which is kind of close to what is expected. And there was a big chunk of people called other Hindus, which I suspect includes the SC/STs and the OBCs who haven't really reported the race. And also we talked to Rajan and he said they only coded the major castes. So some of them were just put as other Hindus and not really coded. So for the primary analysis, I just put them under SC/ST and OBC, although I ran some analysis just excluding them and the results were more or less similar. And their estimates, if you treat them as a separate group, are also more close to the SC/ST OBC group. So that's kind of the overall distribution. In terms of education, the 20% is close to what is reported for 60 plus in Kerala, around 80%, 79% are supposed to be literate, so that's close. And then you have the primary and more than primary. The classes within more than primary at the upper end are really sparse, so I'm not able to give more details within that. So and also kind of for estimates, I think at least 1,000 seems kind of reasonable for getting reasonable confidence intervals. I used IMAC and on the primary aim just estimated by social caste, and then for the secondary aim by social caste and gender, and by social caste and education. These are the baseline characteristics, wave 1, in terms of distribution of some characteristics by social caste. No major difference. I didn't formally test for a statistical difference, but no major caste difference by age or gender or active health state at baseline. But there was a decent education difference where most of, I guess, despite the whole literacy situation or pro-literacy movement, there is a big chunk of the elderly who are kind of the SC/ST OBC elderly who are illiterate versus the general, and then the primary ones is more or less similar, but then the difference again shows up beyond primary. Some transition probabilities. No significant differences at any age, so the confidence interval completely overlapped. But as expected, active to inactive goes up by age for both groups. You don't see the dot or the square, they're overlapping. The transition from inactive to active, the point estimates are higher for the general people of the general caste and lower. So transiting back to an active state once you're inactive seems to be lower for those who are belonging to the disadvantaged castes, although not significant at any age. That's active to dead, slightly higher point estimates for the SC/ST OBC group, and the inactive to dead, again, higher estimates for, as we had kind of thought that there was kind of greater mortality among SC/ST, maybe because of lack of healthcare access. So summing that all together, there were no transition probability differences, but there were differences when you sum it all up. So life expectancy was around 2.3 years lower among the SC/ST OBC group. Active life expectancy was lower. Inactive life expectancy was lower, and the proportion, interestingly, was the same. And so most of the difference is being contributed by the active life expectancy part, I guess. And that's kind of the overall picture. So then we wanted to, I guess, assess by gender, and I guess what was really interested in is education. So the gender part, the differences are maintained kind of in a similar magnitude for both men and women. Across kind of genders between, I mean, amongst, if you just limit yourself to the SC/ST OBC group, then women have higher estimates. As expected, women live longer and also have higher active and inactive life expectancy. And within the general, you see the same pattern. But within a certain gender or sex, you find the same difference. The next one was where I was really interested in, does education matter? And it doesn't seem to be. I mean, for each of the 3 education categories, the differences are maintained. So I was thinking that for the lowest group, the differences would shrink and they would more converge to each other because literacy would kind of maybe take away the social disadvantage that is brought to them by their caste. but it seems that it is maintained across, I mean, and not really significant, but the difference in the point estimates is more or less the same for all the groups there. So that's kind of a quick summary. So there's some difference in point estimates in terms of transiting to death, higher for those who belong to the SC, ST, OBC social castes, and lower life expectancy absolute estimates, active and inactive life expectancy. A slightly higher proportion of active life expectancy, but the differences are really small there. And kind of contrary, I mean, gender, I didn't really have a hypothesis going in. Education, I thought education would really bring the differences closer, the two groups closer to each other, but they were maintained out here. So it's in line with our primary hypothesis, and we see social caste differences still being maintained. I would say, I'm saying relatively egalitarian now, because I mean, the policy is, yes, it has been largely communist, but if you look at income inequality indicators, Gini coefficient, etc., it's not really very different from other places. And increasingly, there's more industrialization and income inequality coming into Kerala as well. And education also kind of help, but I think maybe I'm aggregating it too much, but the data doesn't allow me to disaggregate the education further at this particular point. Limitations, of course, SC, ST, OBC is a very heterogeneous group at this point, but the SC, ST numbers were like 197, so I can't really estimate them separately. The inclusion of other Hindus into that group, as I said, I did exclude them and ran the analysis and then made them a third group and ran the analysis. And their estimates were very similar with the SC, ST, OBC group. And the relatively narrow definition of activity, we just limited to ADLs at this point, did not expand it for now. And of course, there is the survey-related issues, there's loss to follow-up. Mortality is just based on the survey. There is no formal mechanism. So all the life tables and other estimates in India through the sample registration survey, there is no kind of formal registry for births and deaths kind of overall at a national level, which you can really access. And of course, at this point, I'm just considering caste and education, but of course, it would be interesting to see in further work, and especially after listening to Chi-Tsun tomorrow, maybe trying to employ space, maybe to see controlling for other covariates, do these caste differences still persist? Things like wealth, income, occupation, which we have some data on, as well as migration status of the family members of the older person, because a lot of them kind of send back money back home. Strengths, I would say it's kind of, it's a statewide cohort of the elderly in Kerala, and till LASI data comes in longitudinally, it is one of the few longitudinal data sets in India. And we did an estimation by social caste, which is usually not considered. I mean, there have been only few papers that consider it. And in India, it's one of these axes of social stratification in addition to wealth and occupation. I think it should be kept in mind. So thanks for bringing me here. Just a plug for a conference we have in Singapore next year on resilience. It's by APRU. So if you're around, please, we'll send you emails. That's my address if you have any questions. Thanks.
So this is great, and I have a lot of thoughts because I'm working on something similarly, and I have the similar thought that not enough people are looking at social caste differences in mortality. So two things in SCST. I think the way the Indian government classifies it is SCST overrides religious denomination. So even if you're STST and Muslim, you're still STSC for the sake of their classification. So I think that might make your proportions more in line with what you're seeing from representative data. Because you had, I think, higher Muslim percentage there than is actually in the States.
So in Kerala, interestingly, all Muslims are OBCs.
Oh, okay.
So in Kerala, the OBC list says Muslims. So if you're a Muslim by religion, you automatically just enter the OBC list in Kerala. Okay. So these are kind of, I mean, there's a central list, and then each state has its own list. So some of them are very kind of state specific in a sense.
Okay. So I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's intertwined with religion for sure.
And I think breaking out ST, SC, and OBC is really important, because at least at the national level, there's a very clear gradient between the three. It's not like they're closer to ST or closer to high caste. It's almost they're like directly in between the two.
Yeah, because OBCs are, I think, I mean, if you look at some of the OBCs in like Punjab and Haryana, they're kind of relatively rich, privileged classes who are more politically savvy, political mileage, they have the links, and so they're kind of more political reasons why they've been classified as OBCs rather than any social reasons at this point.
So I think that might be suppressing some of the differences that you're seeing.
I agree with that.
I agree with
break
that.
that out, I think you'll find a much larger gradient between the SCST and the other.
Yeah.
I'm just curious what we know from a broader set of countries about race ethnicity differentials by education.
Mhm.
In the US, there's a literature, and education isn't necessarily all that protective in narrowing differentials for African Americans. In fact, it can be very stressful to
Right.
that portion who gets sort of elevated.
I mean, I agree with that. And anecdotally, having studied in India and having friends who were from kind of classified, I mean, you kind of repeatedly reminded on a nearly a daily basis in medical school that you belong to that caste, and that can be very stressful.
Yeah, and the education is partly beneficial by the sort of social networks, and you know, if you're the non-minority caste or the higher castes are going to have more social capital to be able to take advantage of that education. So I'm not sure that I would have come in with a strong prior that this was going to narrow, but it would be useful just to see there must be more work from other countries that have looked at this. I just don't know.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this workshop, and I've been enjoying the workshop yesterday and today's presentations. And my talk is this as educational gradient in Japanese mortality changed over time, and actually this is just still. I mean, I just started working on this because of. Will was in Japan last year, and we talked about this educational differences, and I started looking at 2 longitudinal studies available in Japan, and those two using those 2 longitudinal studies. That now I'm just focusing on education. Well, so the Japan is life expectancy at birth is increasing quite a lot. Although now it's not the #1 in the world, so even for females it's #2, and I don't know whether we can keep up with those high life expectancy country in the world, but we'll see. And for men, it's 5th or 6th, so it's not the highest life expectancy countries. Even for at age 65, we still have increasing, and some every year. So in 2014, this is what we have. All right, the aim of this study is just simple: to examine changes in the effect of education on mortality in 2 time period. And from 1987 to 2002 and 1999 to 2016. So we have quite a long period of follow-up. And so previous studies, and it's already mentioned, so the educational effect is observed in many countries, but still little in Asian countries. There are few in Asian countries, even Japan, we have some. And I have done some study on the health expectancy, not just mortality. So I'm more interested in working on health expectancy. So I've never really focused on studying mortality itself. But here I'm not focusing on the health expectancy, but mortality itself. And if we want to study the mortality itself, then we don't need to worry about the health status change. Then we can use more data available at hand. And if we want to compute health expectancy, we have to have the health status at each wave. But if it's a mortality, basically baseline and mortality follow-up, we can do some analysis. So these are the study available in the in Asian country, and this is for the health expectancy. But part of the health expectancy always mortality included. And one Japanese study indicated that the effect of education is statistically significant on the transition from active to dead. Active means functionally active status to dead. That transition shows some statistically significant effect, but not the other, the inactive to dead. It's never shown to be statistically significant in studies in Asian countries. So as an example of what I have done using the data set from 1999 to 2009, this is the education. So this is the educational differences on active life expectancy. We have already published this one in the Journal of Gerontology. And if you look at the differences within each gender, there's some significant differences. Both life expectancy or active life expectancy, it's quite significant difference, 3 years to 2.5 to 3 years difference in active life expectancy. And also, although it's a shorter period of time, I use the data from 1999 to 2003. It's only 3 waves of data, 1999 and 2001 and 2003, included many covariates. And this one, I use the Mark Hayward's SAS program to incorporate many covariates. So like occupation, although it's just 2 groups, white collar and blue collar, and education, high school and above for less than high school, income just high and low, and whether the respondent has a killer disease or not, and other diseases. Including all these variables, we estimated transition probabilities and compute, and the effect is huge. So if someone is in the all high and positive state, then life expectancy at age 65 is, for men it's 26 years, and for women it's 33 years. Compared to lowest category, it's 11, and it's just huge. It's an all combination of the good effect and bad effect. So at least this is what we could estimate. Although some of them, our income can be modifiable. So using these estimates, we can provide some policy implications and maybe good for the policies. But we need to have more size. Otherwise, we can't really make this calculation. So as I said, the data is from 2 longitudinal studies available in Japan. One is National Survey of the Japanese Elderly. It's started in 1987. And actually this survey is still ongoing. And the latest one is the 2013, I think, 7th wave. And although when it started, the sample size was small, only 2,200. Yeah, and it's 60 and above. So probably that's the reason why I couldn't get really a good effect, detect the effect of education. And my study, the longitudinal study I started in 1999, well, I forgot to put the 6th wave, although 6th wave is done by the mail survey, not the interview survey. The first 5 surveys are interview survey. And I started with 4,997. It's a nationally representative survey, 65 and above. And 75 above oversample, twice as factor of 2. So these are the survey conducted, basically November 1999 to 2009, and 2013 I did it by email, the mail survey. This is for the National Survey of Japanese Elderly. They did everything in November. So every 3 years. So this is the survey design, but I think it's just go to this description of data. So National Survey of Japanese Elderly, it has 950 for male and 1133 to start with. This is a distribution. And as I mentioned, this start at age 60. Although I'm using only this first cohort I'm following, they added refreshed sample in second wave for about 500. And they added a whole bunch in 1999. And it's all this old, well, 75 plus, they added like a 2,000. So they're more focused on the elderly, at the oldest old, to study more on the health of those really old people. Because at that time, by then, they didn't have many people in that age group, so they added.
It seems like they have fewer than they should, given the age of the population.
Well, this is for this is for the first wave.
Yeah, I know, it's just the median age is a little low.
Yeah, and also the only small number of people at the very old age. Because if you follow the distribution, I think it's become like this. I think it's very, well, I haven't checked, so I may need to check that. And this is the one I started in 1999. So age 75 and over is oversampled. Therefore, the N itself is bigger in age 75 to 79 to compare to 70 to 74. So I just use the, well, I use both logistic and Cox, but it's a period is very long. So Cox proportional hazard and to see the effect and the independent variables included in this learn is just sex, education, functional status, separated health, whether the person has a hypertension, heart diseases, diabetes, cerebral vascular diseases, current and past smoking, whether they're working at the time of the interview, and marital status, and whether the person is living alone. So a whole bunch of independent variables included in the analysis, and results. Well, this is the number of deaths for 2,200 to start with by 2002. And for NUJRSOA, we have 1,900 deaths. Actually,
Do you have a sense of attrition in the NSJE?
I think their attrition would be lower than ours, because they could access because this one was conducted by Tokyo Metropolitan Institute of Gerontology, which belongs to local government, and they could access to some of the information private university could access.
But they were nationally representative.
Nationally represented in 1987.
And did they follow up mortality events in the vital statistics?
I don't think they have done it, but although when they do the second, third wave, following waves, I think they checked whether they are still alive or not. At that much, they could do it. Yeah, the survival status they could check. And we used to be able to do it, except certain prefectures. But after 2005, we couldn't do nothing because of the privacy protection law was enforced. It's getting really hard. Anyway, so this 1934, this number actually I just got this number from the survey company because we find out the death at the follow-up interviews, but we send New Year cards and card for summer. So twice a year we are sending the card. So the card comes back. If the person is not living there, then we follow whether the person is still there or not, and whether they're still alive or not. So we increased about 200 cases, 200 to 250 more by doing that. Because we send the New Year card, and the family of those deceased, they give us the phone call and also send us a card. So, and that's one of the way to follow up the participants. So I'm sorry, I just copy and paste the results. And this is for the NSJE, National Survey of Japanese Elderly. And I tried many things, but I couldn't get education. Wasn't really significant. Only significant question I found is Asian female to the sex, and this working status at the baseline, and living alone. Those four coefficients, four variables, they showed up only statistically significant.
But then you're sort of controlling for everything that education might do.
Yeah.
So.
So I first run just age, sex, education.
Age, sex, ed, right. That's the question.
No,
But,
it didn't.
okay.
It didn't.
This is education in years?
This one is, well, actually, this is number of schooling, years of schooling. I tried both because for Japanese, my data, we didn't ask number of years of schooling in the first wave. So all I have is only the categorical. Right. And what we can do is high school or above, or less than high school. Because the proportion is 40 and 60 for my cohort. And I think that's the distribution of the years of schooling is one of the reasons why I couldn't get this educational effect statistically significant for this 1987 cohort. Well, I'll show you the reason why I think that. But anyway, so for the 1999 cohort, education is significant, even though this is the dummy variable. So only two categories, high school and above, and less than high school, and showed up the statistically significant. So maybe the educational effect is coming up now in the later cohort. And this is the reason I thought that this distribution, educational distribution in the first cohort, 1987 cohort, is, very few high school and above. 12 years, it's high school. So I need to do more cross-analysis of the education, but among 2,200, 1,800 is high school or less than high school. So I think this may be the reason that education is not coming up as statistically significant.
Well, when you are able, and I don't entirely understand when you can and when you can't, but I do think it's useful to measure education of someone in a cohort relative to, say, the median of that cohort, or a quantile within the
okay.
cohort, or at least to try that, because
Oh, okay, I never
increasing,
tried that.
people are doing that more now, and I think
Okay.
it also, it sort of adjusts for the increasing adverse selection of the low education and the decreasing positive selection of the high education as the general level of education rises.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try that because we can do that. And the other one, so this is the distribution for the 1999 cohort. So it's 61% against 34. What the one is the high school and above. So 60 and 30, 40. This is a distribution, the educational distribution. My data set and 1999 cohort data set.
And this matches the census increase in cohort education?
The census?
Yeah, if you look at cohort education from other surveys, like the census, do you see this really steep run up? And there was about 15% in the other data set that were high school and above, and you have
Right.
40%.
Right.
And it's, yeah, it's
65 and over, yeah.
So you have about 10-year younger cohort. That seems
12
really
years.
fast educational.
12 years. So, well, I need to check that the change with. But when I checked against census, I thought it was lower, but.
Well, in wave 2, you have the distribution of years.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. That's what something I need to use. But
Yeah.
if I use the second wave data, then I lose some.
Some people, but
Yeah.
you might gain some
Right.
educational detail.
True.
that
True. That's true.
might
I
be
mean,
better
that's.
in this case.
I was trying to, but I just didn't have time to do that. Well, I'm sorry, but this is what I could do. So as much as I could, and but I mean, I was expecting to see because I'm just working on the mortality. I thought that I could find both statistically significant effect of education, and then I can see some gradient. But I mean, the 1987 cohorts data didn't show any statistically significant effect. So I need to do some more.
But that's been the story about Japan.
Yeah.
For a long time.
True.
So I mean,
Yeah, it's an
find the
interesting story that you find it in your data.
Right.
Well, that's what I found. So this is all I can say now. But I will do some more like what the Lon suggested, and also I will try to do the impute or whatever the education for the 1999 cohort, and see anything different from what I have now. Or one thing, limitation. So the both survey did not include the institutional.
But it's so small.
Small, yeah, but he had some suggestion on that for that. Well, anyway, so thank you very much.
I'm a bit confused. If you go back a couple slides, so talking about the 1987 versus the 19, you're not really looking at, closer, further up, just your like second to last slide.
What should be on it?
Basically, just this discussion of the two cohorts that you're talking about.
Yeah.
You're using, there's a lot of overlap between these two.
Your time's up.
So I'm just wondering, what would this look like if you removed that overlap and looked at, you'd lose sample size, but you'd be able to actually look at things in true cohort perspective.
Okay. So 12 years, only 12 years for the.
Cut up the cohort.
Yeah, but you could
Yeah, you could make 2 cohorts.
Yeah.
Right.
Sort of like he did.
Yeah, I mean, it's not,
He had a
not to say
10-year
that my idea
cohort.
is so awesome, but
Right.
it would be a way of kind of cleaning this up a little, like this cohort
Right.
comparison up, because right now it's kind of murky.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might. Rahul?
So I guess one was kind of the over-adjustment thing. I guess you're adjusting for a lot of things which are on the pathway between education and mortality, so I guess that would be one. Another is, I guess, for the 87 one, you're treating kind of a linear effect of education. So have you tried kind of trying to do it like a non-linear effect, or, I mean, categorical, but categorical, I mean, just plotting it and seeing what's the pattern and everything, I guess. I'm sure you've done it.
Well, the only I did was using the same category as I have for 1999 data and divided into 2 and run it, but nothing didn't really. But I've tried. Yeah. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? All right, thank you, Saito.
Thank you.
I think we're 15 minutes early here to wrap up in discussion. Okay.
So, and this was really sort of open time, and we didn't have a whole lot planned, but sort of reflect on what we've heard today. There were quite a few papers that were looking at the educational gradients in mortality, and there's a lot that potentially can be learned by putting all these together. And, one thing that I'd love to do is see all these sort of published together in the same place somehow, or potentially do something like taking quartiles of the education distribution and just looking at mortality just in the same way across quartiles of the education distribution for lots of different countries and time periods, just being able to put all this in one place in some consistent way. I'd love to see some sort of meta paper that that put all these together, where we can start to put aside, well, they control for this and that, and they use this and that age group. And I think that would be fascinating to do. Anyone has the appetite for taking the lead on it, it would
Just age, sex, and education.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The PNAS paper that Luis and I did that just compared Costa Rica to the U.S. Like that, just looking at the quartiles, it got a lot of play this last year. And we could just do something very similar. So, if anyone has appetite in taking the lead on that and trying to work with different people, I'd love to hear it. So that's one idea.
Another idea is we're thinking we could have a special issue of the Journal of Biodemography and Social Biology that was dedicated to mortality in low and middle income countries, and it would be nice if the papers were sort of organized. Since we've done it this meeting twice, we have people from last year and people from this year. We'd like to end up with maybe 8 publishable papers, something. So we could put out a call to the last year people and this year people and do that sort of thing if people think it would be a good idea.
We'll put out the call and see
Well,
who's
see what they
interested
say.
in sending
Okay.
on. Some people may have other ideas or
Right,
already
exactly.
where they're sending something. We'll see who's potentially
Right,
interested.
right.
That would be great.
Well, back to, I was out for an hour, but I might have missed something, but I haven't heard any discussion of education and how to measure, well, this question of, is there something about the absolute level of education that is valuable, or literacy thresholds, numeracy thresholds, ability to read whatever instructions on pillboxes, or is it all an indicator of relative economic status, and it just could be any other indicator, it just happens to be one that's readily available in surveys and census and so on, in which case then this sort of quantile approach, where each you measure education for an age relative to others at that age, but you don't try to compare across generations that are far apart. You don't try to compare across countries, and you don't compare within a single country over time, because otherwise you get distortions due to the changing meaning of education over time and the changing degree of positive and negative selectivity in the changing numbers of people who are still only with second grade education or who are getting college education and so on. So I think that's an important issue for people who are looking at mortality differentials by education to worry about and think about. And there's been some literature on that in the US. The first I saw was the paper by John Bound and others, 2013 or 2014. But since then, there have been a fair number of others, I think. And Luis Reserva-Bixby was using that also for, I think, Costa Rica, Mexico, and I think he did a couple of other countries too, I don't remember which.
Yeah, so again, if we had a meta kind of paper, and we could systematically
We could do
look
that.
at
That's what
it
you
in
were
multiple
suggesting, in
ways,
fact.
and
Yeah.
that's I'd love to see that.
Right, but I think in the case of low and middle income countries, we need to be careful when we do those sort of comparisons, going back to Ron's point of whether it means something about the education or means something about more the resources, particularly for low-income countries because they're going through the nutritional transition and they're going through a transition at different stages. So being in a country in which is more about resources and being in the early transition means something very different to have more education than being in a country in which they already moved through the transition and now they are in the traditional case in which those with low SES tend to have more of these work outcomes, in which case it's more about knowledge, but the ability to learn and to use that information and act upon that type of information to modify their risk factor. So if we compare across educational levels, even though we might have some sort of comparable educational levels, because they are at different transitions, mean completely different things, right? And we are measuring completely different processes.
It's tricky. So I'm not suggesting a pooled regression. What I'm suggesting is show each country and cohort in using the same methods in multiple ways, just in one consistent way, and you establish the stylized facts, and then you can start rejecting some hypotheses that just don't line up at all with the data, and then you have to keep digging into the individual countries to understand more. But I think it's just hard to process all the different hypotheses when we're seeing all the different studies.
Yeah, the other thing I think that would be interesting is, and that's, I'm thinking about the comment that Eileen made earlier today, is that we know that education has a major impact in all of these countries on infant and child mortality. And we also know that there is an indirect effect of education and mortality through exposure during childhood. So it would be interesting to look at the articulation between the differential in education during childhood and then in later life. Because there's been so many change in terms of education in many of these countries that could be blurring that impact.
So I think if somebody wanted to do a mega paper, then they need to organize it. And, I've done a few of those where you just sort of lay out, these are the analyses to be done in each place, and each person does them, and you get a co-authored paper with 18 authors. But it actually might say something. I think that's one approach, and we should see whether anybody wants to jump up and grab that, plant the flag and say, I want to do it, because that would be good. And the other thing that Will suggested is next year, we might have this meeting again in LA where we try to get more at the mechanisms and think more about the process that might go from education to mortality. Both of us should still be part of the National Institute of Aging, and next 2018, after that we may vote and Cal exit, but we will still be here next year. Maybe we ought to do it while we're still part of this country, such as it is. And that would be to try to get more emphasis, less on the facts and more on the method, the processes. since we would have, in theory, discovered many facts this year and last year. So we might be able to do that and put out a call. And what I think we do is put out a call earlier, like now, or in a month or two. Will and I get distracted when it gets near PAA. I can say, we always do this. And then we could put it, but we can do this, and then we would do it in February. And sometime, what is it, between the Super Bowl and the Oscars. Now we know what what these two things are that we can conflict with. We'll go somewhere probably in the
I think
middle.
that's probably Valentine's weekend.
Yeah, that's right, okay. All right, but so that's sort of our thinking. If anybody has a different reaction or another reaction or another plan to suggest, we're pretty open. It's a kind of a good size group with enough consistency and enough flow in and out that we have done, I think, some reasonable analysis of some number of countries in such a way that if we put it all together, we may push things forward a little bit, which was our aim. So, reactions?
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of doing something that's a little bit less, you know, everyone comes in with their paper and maybe more of people come in with an area that they're doing research, like kind of a bigger picture sort of thing where it's not just you know, everyone's presenting their regression tables, but more like, I'm interested in, you know, the effect of education on mortality and the different pathways that connect that. And something that's a little bit more, like a sort of more theoretical discussion, I think would be really fun with this group.
Awesome.
If we focus on mechanisms, you know, some people are talking about education, and some people go into the smoking, and some people go into the obesity, some people go into the early childhood, and then there's always a trade-off in terms of how much time each person gets in terms of being able to talk through mechanisms versus needing to rush right to the data. So we'd have to think through that. I think it's time for a drink.
Well, you're in charge of that.
Well, one last thing, I want to make sure that we thank Liz Vasilenko and the person who put all of this together.